I think I messed it up. You're supposed to pick 3 times.
3 times?
Yeah, I messed that
Well,
up,
we'll,
sorry.
we'll do it again
All right,
next.
good. Yeah, I'll keep it.
Next council
keep it
meeting.
for later.
Absolutely, yeah. Y'all ready? Good evening. All right, thank you for being here tonight. Welcome. And I would like to also welcome those who've joined us by live stream via our Town of Apex YouTube channel. I will now call to order the regular scheduled Town Council meeting for Tuesday, January 10th, 2023. And this is our first regular scheduled council meeting for 2023. Welcome back, guys and gals and everyone. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year to you. We're now moved to our invocation. And this is a time for us to recognize and honor the tradition in our town of faith. And faith continues to be a tradition that keeps our community in unity. While we have different ways of celebrating and practicing faith in our community, we obviously acknowledge that we're one united Apex, North Carolina. And as we saw just this last week with the Buffalo Bills, we saw an injured player. That's your team, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So we saw an injured player, and how everyone turned to prayer at that time for that young man that was on the field. So what I want to do tonight is just share a quick word of prayer. And I'll say this before I start the prayer. I have friends at the mosque. I have friends at the temple. I have friends at the Buddhist Center that just opened up here in Apex. So I want you to know that we always welcome anyone to deliver faith here as a part of our invocation, because that's our community. So if you would, join us in a quick word of prayer. And if you desire, you can have a private moment of silence at this time. As hope is the force that keeps us in time of trial, let us go to prayer. Father, we come to you and know that you're amazing, and we thank you for everything you've done for Apex in this region. We cherish this moment with you as we have important decisions to make tonight. We understand, Lord, that we need your wisdom as we move forward and what's in the best interest of our great town of Apex. Let us continue to move forward in unity and love and peace, and understand that hope is the answer to all things. We give you honor and glory. In your son's name we pray. Amen. All right, if you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much. We got a pretty healthy agenda tonight, and we ask for your patience as we try to move along with everything. We actually did take a few points tonight and asked what time we get out of here tonight, and I think the average time we said was 7 o'clock, so I think we're going to move pretty fast. Thank you for that humor. I appreciate it. All right, we'll move now to the consent agenda, and all consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Do we have any changes to the consent agenda tonight?
I believe one was removed.
Okay, we have consent 11 removed.
And there's a change, right? Or not?
Did we have that change?
There's a change in one of them, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's been updated.
That's been
updated.
updated. Okay, so that's the one removal, consent 11. All right, with that being presented, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Was it removed or updated?
Updated,
Updated.
updated.
I'll
Motion.
make a motion to approve the consent agenda with consent agenda number 11 removed.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Killingsworth, the motion. Is there a
Second?
Second, Councilman Gant. All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We'll move now to setting the regular, or the meeting agenda, and no changes for the meeting agenda. Have I heard anybody? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
All right, motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second?
Second, Councilman Gant. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We'll move now to public forum.
Unfinished business.
I'm sorry, yeah, we are moving that up, okay. I think that's why everybody's here tonight, okay. Thank you for that. All right, we'll move now to the unfinished business appointment of temporary at-large town council member, the unexpired term ending December 6, 2023. And I'm going to call on our town clerk, Mr. Alan Coleman, to lead us in this process.
Sure. So just as a reminder, council interviewed 4 candidates that have received a majority of nominations on Friday, January the 6th. That was an open meeting. The members of the public had the opportunity to provide written statements to council for consideration by that 12 noon deadline. As a reminder, this process was approved on Tuesday, November the 29th. And council voted to accept Councilmember Cheryl Stallings, or former council member's resignation, and initiate the selection process. Council at that time adopted a policy and a process timeline for appointing a candidate to fill the unexpired term. The person selected for this position will be asked to serve the remainder of Stallings' elected term ending December 6, 2023. At this time, we will proceed with a nomination and ballot method for filling the vacancy. Each council member will receive a ballot form. They may nominate a candidate to fill the vacancy. Following the nominations, each council member will vote by ballot for the person they would like to fill the vacancy. All ballots will be collected by the town clerk and announced for the record. Are there any questions?
Just for clarity, in this process, does the mayor have a ballot in this process?
No.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure that everybody understood that tonight. All right.
Okay. At this time, we'll open nominations.
All right, nominations are open.
I'll go first, Mayor. Mayor, I wrote it down so I would try to not stumble over it. I'd like to nominate Tayon Dancy to the vacant Apex Town Council seat. My reasons for nominating Tayon are numerous and include her deep roots in Apex, her pattern of leadership at Mount Zion Church of Cary and Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and her people-first perspective that I believe mirrors former councilmember Cheryl Stallings, who she'll be replacing. This council functions best when there are 5 unique viewpoints representing different aspects of Apex, and Tayon's viewpoint would fill in some blind spots I see in myself and other members of this council. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Gant.
Mr. Mayor, I have a nomination as well.
All right, Councilman.
At this time, I'd like to nominate John Marshall Barnes III. Marshall, as we all know him, is a person of great experience when it comes to not only dealing with governments, but with dealing with people of Apex. As a local business owner, as a person who has shown time after time that he is dedicated, humble, approachable, honest, transparent, willing to learn, willing to listen, as well as willing to lead. Based upon his experience, as well as his personal qualities, I feel like he would be a great candidate and would be a person who could follow in the footsteps of our former council member, Ms. Stallings. So I would nominate Marshall Barnes
Okay.
for this nomination.
Thank you, Councilman Gray, with your nomination of Marshall Barnes.
I would also like to make a nomination. I'd like to nominate Arno Zegerman. When I think about all the candidates that were selected, all the people that submitted, there were a lot of people that are amazing for this position. We had 4 wonderful candidates here that interviewed for the position. And in hearing the interviews, I feel like Arno definitely showed us how he would be as a council person. Very specific answers to questions when asked, especially when follow-ups. He completed the Peak Academy training, which gave him a more thorough understanding of what each department in the town does. engaged in the community. I think your benefit, Arno, would be your background would be a benefit to this council, and I would be happy to work with you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Nominations for Arno Zegerman. Any other nominations? Okay, hearing none.
At this time, you have a ballot. You will write in the individual that you are selecting to vote for, and then if you will print and sign your name, and I will collect those ballots. For the record, if the person who receives the majority of votes will be selected to fill the vacancy. If no candidate receives a majority of votes, those candidates who receive 0 votes will be removed from consideration, and council members will take a second vote. If no candidate receives a majority vote in the second round, the 2 candidates who receive the most votes will remain on the ballot for the remaining rounds. At this time, I will announce the ballots. Mayor Pro Tem Audra Killingsworth for Arno Zegerman. Councilmember Terry Mahaffey for Arno Zegerman. Councilmember Brett Gant, Tayon Dancy. Councilmember Ed Gray, Marshall Barnes. So that is a tie, 2-1-1. So we start another round.
And it's not gonna be like the 118th Congress, right? Then proceed. We wanna get this done.
That's not bad.
I don't think Kevin McCarthy's available to serve on council.
No more than 14 rounds for us.
14 rounds? Okay, no more than 14 rounds.
Yeah, let's not go there.
If I could speak for a moment to
All right.
explain my vote.
Mahaffey.
Everyone else made nomination speeches, I did not. I find myself in a very awkward position. When I opened this process, I had no idea that we'd get this many qualified applicants. I thought we would be struggling to find a qualified applicant. We would be in a position, maybe the opposite, where we had to choose between people who we didn't think were right for the town. Instead, we're in a position where we have 4 people before us who are all wonderful, and what's interesting is they're all wonderful in different ways, and depending on what dimension you look at as the most important, you'll come to a different conclusion as to who your vote's gonna be. That's what I believe, and I struggled with this all weekend. I spent probably 20 hours. I watched the interviews over and over. I typed them all out. You guys see that? Sent them out to people, said, you know, what do you think about this? Trying to figure out what way to go, what criteria is the best to use to break this tie. And to be clear, what makes this awkward when you have 4 excellent candidates who are all qualified, after this meeting, no matter who gets appointed, we'll be asked the question, well, why didn't you vote for this person? And there's really no good answer, because whatever that person is, an excellent candidate. My selection was based on one thing: who is ready to sit in the seat, who knows the most about the operations of the town. And what it comes down to is the Peak Academy program that one of our candidates went through. I also went through this program. I know what it is. I know what it entails. I know the type of things you'll learn in this program. That knowledge prepared me to sit in this seat on day one. When I look at this, appointment, it's a short-term appointment. This isn't for 3 years. So when I try to find the criteria, which I think is the tiebreaker here, what is the most, what can we look for to, make the decision based on, that's what I'm looking at, is who is ready to sit in the seat on day one. And I think it was shown in the interview as, of the candidates, Arno's interview, I think, had the most specificity about the type of things he wanted to do, about his priorities. and about the type of things that we as a council deal with day to day. It's mostly land use, man, and like rezonings. And I believe Arno, based on what I've seen, is the best candidate to do that role today and tomorrow for the next 10 months. And I urge my colleagues to join me. For what it's worth.
Just a point of clarification, for the round two, are we still based on nominations, or are we? So I would take that as a nomination for Arno from Councilmember Mahaffey, is that correct?
Gonna roll over.
No, we don't need
The,
it.
No.
the nominations are already set.
Okay.
So in round two, one candidate did not receive any nominations and any votes, so they roll off for round two. So we're back to the three that were originally nominated. So those would be wrote in on your nominations. Okay. Round two. Same process. Councilmember Terry Mahaffey for Arno Zigerman. Mayor Pro Tem Audra Killingsworth, Arno Zigerman. Councilmember Brett Gant, Tayon Dancy. Councilmember Ed Gray, Tayon Dancy. So we have a tie, 2-2. So we'll move to round three. So in this process, the person who receives 0 votes, which would be Marshall Barnes, would then fall off.
You may get your rounds.
What's that now?
I said you may get your rounds.
I don't know. We'll see.
So as a reminder, it's between 2 individuals, Tayon Dancy, Arno Zigerman. Okay. Announcements. Mayor Pro Tem Audra Killingsworth, Arno Zigerman. Councilmember Terry Mahaffey, Arno Zigerman. Councilmember Ed Gray, Tayon Dancy. Councilmember Brett Gant, Tayon Dancy. 2-2. Another round?
That's right.
Actually, before you hand them out, I'll make a motion that we do a voice vote based on the regular Robert's order, rules of order.
Well,
Or-
aren't they supposed to be part of the record?
You get more clarity. What do you mean?
I'm not sure I'll say this now. To try to get rid of the stalemate, I'd like to go to regular Robert's Rules of Order to do the next vote. And however, I should have gotten you before that. However, it says to do that in one of the, okay, I'm need some help actually. A regular kind of vote for this nomination rather than a ballot is what I would make a
So-
motion to do. Can you-
So you'd like to suspend the rules that the council has adopted regarding
Right.
nomination ballot method
Right.
and switch over to a motion and vote?
Mayor, I move we recess for 15 minutes.
All right. All right. Does anybody object to that?
We have a motion, or a motion, two motions on the
Okay.
floor.
All right, so we'll take your motion first,
Motion to recess is privilege, right? Comes first,
okay?
doesn't it?
Let's do that. Let's
Okay,
take,
I'll second, if we need that, I'll second that motion.
okay.
And then we pick up.
Got a
where you
motion
were.
and second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed unanimously. We're going to recess for 15 minutes.
I should have asked. I'm sorry.
Before we move to the next part, I just want to make a quick statement. This process started, and I really appreciate all the effort that was put into it. Our town clerk, Alan Coleman, did an amazing job putting it all together. But what I will say is, being involved in this process, I was really excited to be a part of nominations. I selected my 7. During that time, I even called 31 people. Took me 3 days to do it, but I called all 31 applicants to just hear from them. And I was really excited about this process. And then we fast forward to the interviews. I was part of that. And then we're here tonight. And I don't get a vote. And I'm just saying, as the mayor of this town, I should have a vote. I'm just telling you how I feel. I mean, if we're gonna do it, we need to do it right. We would already been on public hearing 2 by now.
Why don't you have a vote?
I don't want to take any comments, but I appreciate it. That's a question we need to get answered. If we ever come to this again, the mayor needs to be involved. All right, I turn it back over to you, town clerk.
Oh, we still have the outstanding motion, correct, on the,
Right, to clarify, the motion is to suspend the rules and have a roll call vote
Right.
under kind of regular order and not via ballot.
and I guess
My
there's,
understanding is that requires, to suspend the rules requires a 2/3 majority, correct? Okay,
Before we move on, before you go there, I do want the attorney to present her legal, presentation about that motion. Can you do that?
Would you like to go into closed session? Will you give him my legal opinion?
yeah, I was about to say, I think if you're gonna give us a legal opinion, we'd have to go into closed session. But if you don't mind, I can speak to this matter. I feel like when we look at the process, and we've already had a public hearing on this, we've had conversations and discussions about it. I think to move away from that process at this point in time that we've already established, I think takes us way off of course of where we need to be. We can continue the voting, the ballots as they are, and I would respectfully vote against the idea of suspending the rules at this point in time. I feel like we're on this pathway to do so would essentially be overturning work that we've already done.
I'm not here in a second, so I think the motion fails by virtue of that, and we don't need to go into closed session.
All right, motion fails. We're not going to closed session, so it's back to you, Mr. Coleman.
Wait, we haven't
Four,
voted,
okay.
yeah, like we still have 4, so. Prior to that, I do just want to make some comments, if I may. I know that to me, this is a process where we've had 4 really strong candidates that have been put forth. And I think what we're seeing here is a struggle that takes place when you have 4 really good candidates that are trying to make a replacement for something. And I think, to me, in my eyes, the fact that this is taking multiple rounds isn't anything that's a bad thing. In fact, I think that it's quite frankly good. We're going to be spending 10 to 15 minutes trying to figure out who will be taking a seat on this council. And we usually spend 30 to 40 minutes on rezoning petitions. So to me, this seems like the sort of thing that we appropriately spend a little bit of time on. Because ultimately what we're trying to do is trying to fill the shoes of somebody who was an advocate for the community, someone who took an active role in moving things forward, and ultimately was a person that, was elected to do the job, and now we're taking that additional role to make sure that that happens. With regard to where I see things, My nomination initially was for Marshall Barnes, but my votes have, subsequent votes have been for Tayon. I feel like she's an outstanding candidate for this role. I think that she's somebody who can fit into that role and take steps into that role. You know, with regard to, you know, all of the candidates, you know, Shagufta as well as Marshall, Tayon, and Arno, the town can do a lot worse than what we've got to make our decision on. And I think that's what's the real struggle here. You know, every single one of them in my eyes is not a bad choice. And it's up to us to figure out what's going to be the best choice. So, you know, as we sit here and reflect on who we think is going to make that, you know, make that happen, you know, I urge those who can make that flexibility and maintain flexibility. I initially started off as Marshall. I moved over to Tayon. I show that as an example of how we can change our views and our opinions on our votes fairly easily because, you know, in the end, we're not going to have a bad decision in this one. I feel that very strongly.
I feel like there's a room now, Mr. Mayor. Like, you asked the question why you didn't get a vote, and I think that needs to be addressed. Because there is a reason. There's a parliamentarian reason why the system of ballots doesn't have the mayor having a vote. And I don't want people to think that, you know, you're being denied or something. And it wasn't our intention. That's the system that we have.
Well, explain.
So in our system of government, in Apex, most towns around North Carolina, the mayor doesn't have a vote. The mayor breaks ties. But this is a ballot system where we're moving to appoint someone. It's not like we made a motion, it's a yes or no, up or down. In that condition, you would have a tie-breaking vote. This is the way, this system is set up specifically, or this is the recommended way to make appointments in Robert's rules because it doesn't involve someone having to vote down someone. And that was the point I tried to make when we did the planning board appointment a couple months ago, is if we do it by motion, I move to appoint Bob. Now everyone else is in a position where they have to vote no Bob. Like, and that's not fair, because like I said earlier, we have 4 excellent candidates. I don't want to vote no on anyone. I just want to say the person I think is the best for the reasons. That being said, I mean, we reach a deadlock, we have to figure out something else. There's no bad decision here, but the notion that you're being denied a vote, I think I object to that, and I want you to know that it's not my intention to deny your vote. That's just the system that we have. And this is also, like, the other parts of the system where we had you make the nominations was an attempt to include you in the process. But as the chair of the council, when contentious things like this occur, like, I would like your role to be the guy who stands above it all, who's above the fray, who's, like, you know, calming us down when Brett and I are yelling at each other, right? And if you're involved and you're making votes and you're selecting someone, that's hard to do. So I'm sorry to hear that you feel that way, Mr. Mayor. I wish we had spoken about it earlier at the start of the system. We could have incorporated that feedback in the system. You know, that's all that I have to say.
Well, I appreciate the comments, and it was my understanding from the beginning that I would get a vote at the end. And so I don't think the clarity was there in the process, and I'm just saying we need to do better as we move forward.
We could change our our form of government so that we have a mayor that has a vote. I think Cary has that system, right? Where the mayor actually is a voting member of the council. That's just not what our charter says right now. And I didn't write the charter, man. Like, I'm sorry.
Well, and it's my understanding, and I don't want to get too far. We need to get to this. But what I'm saying is, what I hear from the attorney is that we could have designed it in a way that I was involved. Am I not correct? With a ballot.
As Mr. Mahaffey stated, there's 2 different ways in which a council can fill a position. One would result in the council members making a nomination, taking a vote up, down. If there was a tie vote in that instance of up, down, equal number in the affirmative and equal number in the negative, then the mayor would break the tie as the mayor does in other decisions in which there is an equal number in the affirmative and in the negative. But in a nomination ballot form, which is what the rules were adopted back in December, there is no vote in equal number in the affirmative, equal number in the negative, so there is no tie for the mayor to break.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Slightly.
And to be clear, my understanding is the nomination method is the recommended method. If you go in Robert's rules, it'll list out the 4 or 5 methods, and it says nomination is the recommended method to fill vacancies. It's not about us or the 4 of us or you or the system. That's what it says is the recommended system. And the reason is what I just said, that in the nomination system, no one's voting down anybody. You're just putting forward a name.
We are where we are. Let's move forward.
Round 4. Councilmember Terry Mahaffey for Arno Zigerman. Councilmember Brett Gant for Tayon Dancy. Councilmember Ed Gray for Tayon Dancy. Mayor Pro Tem Audra Killingsworth, Arno Zigerman. 2-2.
It's the curse of the House of Representatives.
Well, you know, it's nice to have a process. I mean, the other way of doing this was just to do as many other municipalities do, get in the back room, figure out who your friends are, and then put them on the council for a while. And I don't think that was the way that, one, any of us would feel comfortable with, quite frankly. And 2, none of us think that that's the right way of doing it. So we end up with a couple of tie votes, that's fine. We continue the process.
I mean, okay. What's that? It's like a burning.
Yeah.
Smell that? No? Okay.
Round 5. Councilmember Ed Gray, Tayon Dancy. Councilmember Brett Gant, Arno Zigerman. Mayor Pro Tem Audra Killingsworth, Arno Zigerman. Councilmember Terry Mahaffey, Arno Zigerman. There is a majority.
It smells like a candle. Let's blow 'em out.
Do we clap?
So we have Arnold Zigerman
Majority.
as the majority.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. All right, any other information, Mr. Clark?
The new council member will be sworn in at Thursday's council retreat, which is here in Town Hall on the 3rd floor at 2 o'clock.
Mayor, can I have another 10-minute recess?
Yes. Let's take a recess, be back here at 6:55. What's that? I don't smell it. All right, thank you. We're back in session. We'll move now to setting of the regular meeting agenda. All right, is there any changes, recommended changes to the meeting agenda?
I think we did this out of order earlier, right?
Yep.
We
already voted on
did
that.
it.
Yeah, we did it.
Already
We
voted
set the
on
agenda early.
For public forum.
Okay, all right. Public forum. This is an opportunity for the community members to speak. You can come up and present for 3 minutes your suggestions, any type of concerns you have. There'll be a series of lights there for you. Starts with green, moves to yellow. Yellow, you have 30 seconds left, and at red, your time will be ended. So we'll move now to our public forum, and the first person to speak tonight is Elizabeth Ray Stitt. If you would please give us your name and address for the record.
Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor, Town Council. Good evening and Happy New Year's. At the December council meeting, I shared that my neighbors and I were meeting with the town to have further discussions on the big branch force main that is proposed to come across our properties. So what Alan is just handing out is a map that I brought tonight with some discussion points that we talked about in the call or the conversation with the town. So where the current route is proposed on the north side of US 1, and the comments are in the upper left-hand corner, the information that was given to us in the December meeting is still unacceptable, the impact to the various properties. So at this point, unless there's some major change, and we don't believe there will be, all of us neighbors are planning for litigation. We figure you guys are going to have to do eminent domain because we don't feel like there's any common ground on what you're proposing and the impact to our property. So that's not good for us. That's not good for the town. Litigation will cause your timelines to run longer on the forest main. So what we're proposing is to ask the town to relook at the route on the southern side, and you'll see the points around it. In theory, the 30-foot easement can be 15 feet in the North Carolina DOT right-of-way. It could be 15 feet in the transmission line. There's a lot of positives to that. And so to that end, we're going to keep showing, well, I'll keep showing up. My other neighbors we're dividing and conquering things. I get nominated to come here every other week. So we're going to keep it on the radar and keep the discussion because we don't want litigation. We don't want to have eminent domain, just like you guys don't want eminent domain either. So we would also like to set up another meeting with the town. We're waiting for some dates to come back. We would love for you guys to come out to our properties to understand exactly how disastrous it is based on the current route. So you know how to get a hold of me. If you want to visit my neighbors without me, I can get you in touch with them. But we would like for you to get more engaged, especially given the impact on our properties. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stitt. All right, next person to speak is Lazuli Abel.
Suppose I should, my name is Lazuli Abel, she, her, and 4306 Haybeck Lane. I guess I have to change my introduction to good evening, everyone. I couldn't quite get my super awesome master document to you in time, so we're just gonna have to role play for a sec. So, I'm a citizen who's been looking at ordinances across the country and seeing what successful, safe communities have in place to reach a safe vision. And you all are members of a town council who are convinced that mixed-use zoning and walkability are definitely beneficial for the town's citizens and pocket. All right, and go. Hello, do I hear correctly that you all are a collection of town council members who are convinced that mixed-use zoning and walkability are important to prioritize? What a coincidence. I've got a perfect list for you all to concretely put that vision into place and bend all of the complexities of this to your whim. 1, require a safe, separated two-way bike lane on any new road or road resurfacing. There's already so much resource going into the car infrastructure that I think it would be great to to finally treat bicycles as the effective, environmentally safe, and cheaper form of transit that they are. 2, use a coarser asphalt shown in government studies to reduce noise pollution by over 50%. Allow your people to talk to each other and enjoy being alongside a sidewalk, not feeling the need to plug their ears every time traffic goes by. 3, eliminate the huge land subsidies to vehicles by converting massive parking lots into productive areas, or by making parking spaces a paid service. We need to hold these cars accountable for the massive, unproductive, and expensive space that they necessitate, and actually give that space back to the citizens, the people. And 4 is eliminating parking minimums. This is a simple way to just stop endorsing every time there's a new development, the car first mindset. And 5, zone more mixed-use areas. Allow children to learn independence and live healthier lifestyles by making sure parks, friends, libraries, and shops are safe to access by foot or bike. And it looked like I'll try to get to the others. 6, convert on-street parking into larger sidewalks. This would get the opportunity to show local businesses that you really respect them, because they need foot traffic, not car traffic going forward in front of them. And looks like I'm out, so thanks for giving me your time, and I just hope that together we can use all of APEX's tools to deliver the people-focused mindset they deserve. Bye.
Thanks, Ms. Abel. Thank you so much. That closes our public forum. Thank you for coming out to speak tonight. We move now to public hearing number 1, rezoning case number 21 CZ 27, 1010 Tangent Road.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The first project before you is located at Tingen Road. That's 1010 Tingen Road. It's located kind of in the south central of the town's jurisdiction and measures about 2.27 acres. The property is currently wooded with a buffered stream on that property. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on September 29th, 2021. That neighborhood meeting report, that should say 2022. No, 2021. That neighborhood meeting report is attached. Currently, the property is zoned residential agricultural. The applicant is requesting that it be rezoned to high-density multifamily conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates this as medium high-density residential, and the proposed designation is consistent with that. A letter of impact from Wake County Public School Systems was received for this rezoning and is included in your staff packet. Wake County Public Schools indicates that elementary and high schools within the assignment area are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address those concerns at both elementary and high school levels. The applicant is proposing that property be rezoned for the following uses: townhouse, multifamily or apartment, utility minor, park active, park passive, greenway, and recreation facility private. The following conditions have been proposed. There are several architectural conditions listed on page 2 of your staff report. They are consistent with what we typically see for townhouse, so I'm not going to read those out to you. In addition, the applicant is proposing that the development shall include at least 2 signs to identify environmentally sensitive areas and discourage pet waste and chemical use in the vicinity. That the development shall provide diverse and abundant pollinator sources that bloom in succession from spring to fall, with species to be selected with planning staff. The development will also provide warm season grasses throughout the development in order to reduce the irrigation that's required. Each dwelling unit will be pre-configured with conduit for future solar energy system, and there will be at least 2 pet waste stations within the common open space. Access to the property shall be provided by a right-in, right-out movement located approximately 150 feet north of Harbor Haven Drive as reviewed by DOT, pending review by DOT and Town of Apex. And just to give you some context, that would be roughly about here on the map. In addition, the project is proposing that 100% of the housing provided will be affordable housing through a partnership with an affordable housing provider and will be sold to buyers making less than 100% of the area median income with a minimum affordability period of no less than 10 years. Existing sidewalk along Tingen Road was recently constructed and is considered to be sufficient and the 10-foot side path that would typically be required per the transportation plan map will not be required, neither will a fee in lieu for that. In addition, future stub street extensions shall be provided to the west, so to this property here, and to the north to this property here. The applicant is also proposing some variation to the typical buffer requirements. Those are shown on page 3 of your staff report. They're proposing a 30-foot type B buffer along Tingen Road with the remaining property lines to be a 10-foot type A buffer. This does vary somewhat from the rest of the UDO requirements, from our typical requirements. And then on August 19th, 2021, this project met with the Environmental Advisory Board, who recommended 8 zoning conditions. Of those 8, 3 were not included. I'll let the applicant speak to the whys of those. This project is actually too small per our standards in the ordinance to go to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Therefore, a standard fee in lieu will be assessed. That fee will be determined when the master subdivision plan is submitted, and that'll come to Town Council for establishment. Planning Board recommends approval of the rezoning with the conditions proposed by the applicant. Planning staff recommends approval. Planning Board also met on December 12th and unanimously voted to recommend approval. Planning staff recommends it because we believe that the rezoning will provide affordable housing that's consistent with the goals of Advanced Apex and our affordable housing plan, in excellent proximity to schools, transit, and downtown, which make it an ideal location for affordable. The reduction in buffer width and change from 10-foot side path to 5-foot sidewalk is consistent with the draft Affordable Housing Incentive Zoning Manual, and the proposed townhome use is consistent with the townhome development to the south. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Mayo?
Ms. Mayo, in the planning board, there was reference to the property to the immediately to the northwest, northeast, with the home on it. That was also part of the same owner as this property, and there was discussion about whether it might be combined in the future. With that knowledge, that got me wondering about what distance would be required for a full access entrance, and if that property, if the road was on that property instead of having to be on this one, would they get a full access? And I guess the follow-up is, if it can be full access, is there a way to have a condition in this one that says if this is brought in, then the road would need to go through there and it would be a full access movement road?
As far as the distances, I'll have to ask Russell to answer that. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. It's not a section of the ordinance that I work with. It is possible to craft language to do that. I don't know that staff is able to do that at the moment. I would have to confer with the planning director to work that out.
Okay.
And with the applicant as well.
Let's just say that it could be a full access movement if that property, if the road was on the edge of that property, and this zoning talked about a right in, right out like it does currently. If that was rezoned into this, can that change would they theoretically rezone the same thing again, but just including that? Or would they just rezone that one and then we're kind of stuck with that right in, right out at that spot?
I haven't had a conversation with the applicant about that yet. I'd have to ask them what their plans are for in the future. I haven't spoken to them about those particular parcels at the moment, though.
Okay.
Looking at this, if this is about 150, 175 feet, I would be doubtful to think whether this would end up being any greater than 300 feet from this entrance. Russell, is it 500 feet on a major thoroughfare for full movement access, or do you remember?
Yeah, we would normally recommend 500-foot minimum, so it is cutting it pretty short. And your question about if they obtained the property with a house on it, if they put it there, would that be enough for full movement? I still don't think that'd be quite far enough. It's still cutting it pretty close. I think it would have to be shifted a little bit further than there, approximately halfway between Harbor Haven and the school driveway. Even then, it would be really close, but it would be, more likely, I guess. That's the best I could tell you without seeing an actual plan for it and discussing it with NCDOT.
Okay. My neighborhood is adjacent to it right in, right out, and people turn around in my neighborhood and my neighbors hate it. And I assume this will happen, although there are more options here, they probably will route themselves in a way that they wouldn't have to always turn around to go north on Tingen, but it will happen some and it'll be annoying.
Yeah, and this will have a stub to the western boundary, so eventually, if and when that property to the west develops, you'd have a connection out there to Alsmore Lane, so that would provide a full movement option at that point. We just can't tell you when that might develop.
Right, and that will help, probably, because they'll be able to go to the Peakway or somewhere. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
I have a question. So we've received several emails about stormwater control
Yes,
here.
ma'am.
And can you tell me more about any measures in this development?
I will actually have to ask Robert to address most of those. He is our expert on those things. Robert, would you mind coming up and discussing any potential options for the stormwater or any issues with the existing stormwater?
I guess, are there specific questions that you're, the
So-
current, sorry.
Some of the pictures that we received were that the stormwater that's coming off of this property is what it looks like, I'm assuming that's the south there, to the West Haven townhomes, gets very, very close to existing buildings there. And the concern is with building on this property that the stormwater will increase significantly if there are no stormwater controls in this development.
So they would still, this development would still have to meet 6.1 of the UDO that requires peak attenuation for the 1 and 10-year storm events, as well as treatment of the first inch for water quality. So they would have to meet those standard conditions that the town has for stormwater.
I guess my bigger question is, with managing stormwater better on this development, would it potentially help with some of the stormwater that's draining off into the townhomes properties?
I mean, without seeing, usually that's something we look at construction drawing time, so it's kind of hard to say what, the engineer will have to provide a stormwater impact analysis, and evaluate those downstream structures to see if there is any adverse impact.
The pictures that were sent to you today and yesterday, though, show a device, if I'm correct, that is functioning the way it's intended to at the moment. There is going to be additional impervious surface with this new development, but as Robert just said, that will be treated based on the UDO and state guidelines. So it should not increase the impacts to this neighborhood for the types of storms that we can treat. Now, it might not necessarily do anything for the tropical storms or hurricanes that we get hit with, but there's nothing that you really can do for those based on my earlier conversations with Robert and Jessica. So it should not impact as long as everything is designed and created to our standards, it should not negatively impact the neighbors increasingly, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, can I expand upon the question then? So, right now, it looks like this parcel is draining maybe some water from the school. There may be water that's, when it falls on this parcel itself, it's draining into this creek that then is flowing south into the townhome development. So presumably, a rezoning that, if it gets approved, the creek will still be there with trees presumably around it, but then everything else will be, a lot of the area will be roads and buildings, of which that stormwater from those impervious surface will go into some kind of stormwater control device. So some of the stormwater that may be contributing to erosion right now, and some of the pictures we saw, will go from going into that creek to going into a pond, then to the creek. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, so I guess,
Potential to decrease what.
yeah, if there are existing erosion problems in an area, is it your experience in Apex, either one of you guys, that adding the development with a lot of impervious, but with a stormwater control device, increases or decreases existing problems with erosion and stormwater?
I mean,
Or the same, I guess.
yeah, I mean, the stormwater control measures help treat the water from a water quality standpoint, as well as attenuating those, the 1 and 10-year storms, so that it matches pre-development for those storms.
Okay, so presumably some of the erosion issues will then go into the pond instead of to the creek. That may be happening, or cause it, well, maybe not, right? If it's buffered, the erosion might remain.
So the erosion and the stormwater may be two slightly different situations.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, there's always some level of natural erosion and sediment transport in natural streams. It's just a characteristic of what a stream is. They constantly move and shift as conditions around them change. The buffered portion goes up about halfway, about to there. So I think, get to your point, potentially north of where that buffered area is, they could do a lot more channel stabilization in that ephemeral non-buffered stream
okay.
on that northern part.
And some of the water that north of that stream will be going to a pond also, and not be,
No, so anything that's, I guess, that offsite, like the school runoff and everything, would continue
right.
Through the site, but any new impervious area on the site would be routed to a device.
Including some areas that are currently ephemeral stream.
Currently
Yes.
wooded and
Okay.
heavily ephemeral.
Well,
Okay,
But the water that's already coming from off-site gets bypassed essentially
Right.
through, that is the right word, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, gets bypassed essentially through the site and doesn't get treated. The applicant is not required to treat that. What they're required to treat is the change in land cover.
Yes, the
Right.
net increase in impervious area.
okay, gotcha. Thanks.
And it actually brings to the question I have is, are there any conditions that would be appropriate or could address the issue of that additional storm water runoff that we haven't considered, that isn't already presented to us? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, will that development exacerbate a problem that appears to be kind of related towards the issues created by the school?
We don't really have enough information at this point. I actually had a phone call yesterday, with Robert, days are running together, with Robert and Jessica Boland both. And at this point, we just simply don't have enough information in front of us, but the ordinance does clearly state that they can't make it worse. So if for some reason there's a limit to the number of things that can be done on site, then they would have to start working with the development to the south to try to figure out ways to make that better for them. So they can't make it worse for those storms that we can actually mitigate and do something for.
Right.
Okay.
And I mean, as far as that erosion piece, within a buffered stream, it's essentially beyond the authority of what we can require in the EDO to make someone do stream bank stabilization. That's not part of our authority within our phase 2 permit that we could do at a staff level.
I mean, that's something that you can ask them to work towards, but we don't have language for you for a condition right now that would be enforceable. And we don't have enough information at the moment to even make a guess as to what that information would entail. So that is something that we could try to work with them on, but staff doesn't have the authority to require it at this point because erosion and water and stormwater and water quality are considered different things under state law.
But we're only talking about like 50 feet of that stream that you would even be a consideration for that stabilization.
Probably about 100, 150 feet.
150 feet, okay.
So this, right up to this point on this scale bar is about 150 feet.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so that, okay, that's 150. Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Actually, sorry, I got another road question. So I was thinking about this, maybe for Russell. I was thinking about this road issue, and like Tingen right now connects to South Salem with the stoplight arrangement we changed a few years ago. But eventually, that's going to be closed off, and eventually the Peakway will be connected all the way through. So is that major collector and like the concern about the right in, right out, over time that might go away some because the traffic on Tingen may in theory go down as a result? There is Verdia possibly, I'm not sure how that would affect Tingen, but the road might change some in the future, and the right in, right out, which is undesirable, I think might not be as needed.
Well, it's not a classification issue, it's a geometric safety issue. There's just not enough distance for a flip-flop lane for cars to be able to decelerate and transition into a turn lane. So that's why we need enough space for that. There's a minimum requirement based on the speed, and that speed wouldn't be changing.
Not traffic volume, it's speed.
Yeah, it's speed and distance for that two-way turn lane between the intersections. So we have to have enough distance for cars to be able to decelerate and get into that lane, which typically 500 feet gives you enough. If you start going below that, you start getting to a situation where cars are competing for the same space, and it becomes a safety issue.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, applicant, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group. Particularly excited to be here on this specific project. I'll keep my comments brief. Shelley, as always, does a very thorough job, as well as the staff report kind of outlining the details of the case, so I won't bore you by reiterating those. I do want to remind you that typically what I try to do is make sure that when I stand in front of you, what I'm presenting is right use and right location. And I think this case hits the nail on the head. As Shelley mentioned, this is a site that is appropriate for density in addition to being consistent with the land use plan and having planning staff's recommendation and planning board's unanimous recommendation. It's a site that's less than a mile from downtown. It's a site that's designated on a future bus route. It's really a site that lends itself very nicely to residential density at these type of densities. I would also point out that it's a site. This is a development that didn't start as an affordable deal. To Mr. Iannone's credit, I mean, when I first started working on this back in 2021, this was going to be a market rate deal, and we were having a conversation. If you recall, that was kind of in the early stages of the town, kind of understanding what does affordable housing look like in the town. So we started having a conversation, Joseph and I did, about what does affordability look like on this site. He started to look at it, look at the opportunity, and he took it upon himself to say, well, why don't we figure out a way to make it 100% affordable? If this is a town priority, if he kind of used it as a little bit of a legacy for himself to be able to establish a 100% affordable community in a location like this. So I do want to take a moment and credit him for the work that he put in. He reached out to Habitat independently. He has an agreement signed with Habitat to develop the site. So it's kind of one of those unique opportunities where I've got a client who wants to do the right thing, got a town who wants to do the right thing, and we have a site that's designated it's in a great location for doing the right thing from an affordability standpoint. With respect to the stormwater issue, we've been made aware of that same issue. I've seen copies of those emails, and we're sensitive to it. Can I have Mr. Roach come up and answer questions related to it? I did reach out to Mr. Roach and had questions. My first response was like you, Councilman Gray, can't we just increase it to the 25-year storm? Doesn't that make sense? And the answer that I got back, and I'm not an engineer, so it made a little bit of sense to me, but not fully, was we don't know yet. It may. It may, and we theoretically could offer a condition that said we would do the 25-year storm, but there might be adverse consequences to doing the 25-year storm just given the site's location. So I guess that's another way of saying we're happy to implement the 25-year storm. We would prefer to wait to do it at the time of construction drawings. If our arm is twisted tonight, we can accommodate it. There's not going to be a problem from an engineering standpoint. We just think there might be some adverse consequences to doing so. So with that, we're here to answer any questions you may have. Again, Mr. Roach is here with me and can answer any questions that you might have on the stormwater front. He can't help himself. He wants to talk. Okay, good. Good.
Can you clarify adverse consequences? Do you mean lower functioning stormwater, or do you mean like a loss of a affordable unit?
That's why I came
No,
up.
it's not the affordability.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jeff Roach, Peak Engineering and Design. Thanks for letting me get up here and speak. You guys know how I love getting up here. When we talk about stormwater, in this case, we actually have two situations, two problems. One is quantity, how much water is running off, and that's where Mr. Gray's question about the 25-year storm. But we also have a quantity question, or a quality question. If you look real close at the pictures, there's a lot of sand washing off. What we don't want to do is say, we're going to commit to the 25-year storm, and that actually create more of an issue on quality downstream. So what we'd like to do, when I talked to Robert Patterson as well as Jessica Boland in Stormwater, and said, we will do whatever relieves the issue downstream, whether that's an increase in stormwater control for quantity, or whether that's a different stormwater device for quality. Whichever one does the best downstream, that's what we're going to focus on. So we will meet the ordinance requirements, which is the 10-year storm. We will meet the 85% TSS removal and water quality, and we will go above and beyond as far as we can to make sure that Robert's happy as well as Jessica as we get through the process. We are evaluating the downstream. It's still zoning, so we haven't gone to the downstream 36-inch pipe to determine can it accept additional runoff. Do we have to detain to the 25? We don't know that yet. We're still at a land use issue, which is the zoning, but I'm committing to you guys tonight that I will work with staff. I've been in town a long time. I will do everything in my power to detain as much as possible and provide as much clarity to the water coming off of our site as possible. One good thing is the buffered stream actually stops about halfway through the property at about this location, which is about where our road is. We're not sure, but we think it's kind of a weird situation. You don't think of Apex having sandy soils, but there's something on this site that has sand in it. We don't know. We will go find out. We will find out what the issue is, and we've talked to Joey already about possibly even extending a pipe a little bit farther or armoring a channel with riprap to protect it so the sand will stop infiltrating downstream and clogging their pipe system. So I've got a lot of things in my toolbox that I can use. I just don't want to commit to the one tonight that may hurt me down the road. So with that said, with the long thing, I'm here to answer any questions you guys have. I hope that answered Mr. Gant. We're not losing any lots. We're not changing density. We're not increasing or decreasing.
That's
So
about
what-
the road and the access and.
Yeah, we worked with Russell during the zoning like we always do with staff. Adding the parcel there, the one little parcel will come back. The current goal is to bring that back in zoning once this one was approved, because Joey didn't get it under contract till we'd already started through the process. So we didn't want to muddy the waters. Sorry, bad stormwater joke there. We didn't want to muddy the waters with that, but we have been working with staff on the access points, and most likely the right in, right out off of Tingen with the future extension out the back to Owlsmore. And we played theoreticals with what happens if the Peakway extends in 5 years? What happens if, this happens? Well, if Owlsmore extends, it solves all the problems.
Right.
So, that's the eventual goal, is to have Owlsmore connect to the backside. We're stubbing in multiple locations to the property to provide the affordable housing close to downtown.
I'm just anticipating Harbor Haven becoming the turnaround for these folks in the interim, at least, which will be very aggravating for people.
Well, the good thing is they have multiple locations. They can come from James Street Extension. They can come from, coming out of Sparta. They come out of Salem Street. From the south, they can come up from the Peakway. Once people learn how to get there, once the Peakway Bridge opens, they may come from the south. They may come from Owlsmore when it's extended through. So there's so many different ways to get to the property. That's why when we talked to Joey, one of the concerns was not about the right in, right out. That was at least of his concerns coming into the project.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Roach? Thank you, sir. All right, with that, we'll move into the public hearing for comment. And the first person to speak tonight is Bridget Taylor.
Evening. Happy New Year. My name is Bridget Taylor. I live at 226 Harbor Haven. I don't know if I can do this in 3 minutes, but I went to the planning board meeting for this property, was disappointed with the board only speaking about the low income and such, how long it's gonna take, little to nothing on the issues of this property. Yes, it's great the developer wants to build low-income housing, but there are major issues with this property by adding an additional 16 homes. The first problem is that the schools cannot handle any more children at this time. This was stated by the planner. Also, please don't forget, the town of Apex is already building 164 units 2 miles down the hill. Have you guys taken into consideration all these children and putting them into the already overcrowded schools? Is this okay to increase the overcrowding? Second problem, the stormwater issue. Where is the developer going to move the stormwater so that it does not impact the existing homes? Yes, I understand the retention pond, but the water has to leave the retention pond. Where is that water going to go? The current drainage for this property goes through West Haven Townhome Complex. The problems have already occurred with the changes that the town of Apex made by increasing the water flow from Tinging Road into the school stormwater pond, which increased the sediment and water flow into the system. This caused major issues into West Haven Townhome Complex. This area cannot handle another increase. So where is this water supposedly going to go? According to the developer, if I understand correctly, they will move the water to the back of the property. Now that does have a shallow valley partway down, but only because of the construction for the berm that was required for the West Haven townhomes. So how long will it take until it overflows or undercuts the berm and floods out the current residents in Salem Village and West Haven townhomes? Does anybody even care about this? I mean, West Haven Townhomes is now dealing with the lack of care and responsibility for the stormwater damage done by others. I mean, we're getting the crap dumped on us. Last, I sat for the meeting and I listened to them discuss a property that had 4 homes on it. They would not allow those 4 homes to enter the roadway on Holt Road, and I quote, because there's an interchange 300 yards away and there was a curve. The planning board said it was too dangerous to connect to the roadway. So could you please explain how this property with 16 homes is acceptable? Because this property has only one way in it and one way out, and that's on Tingin Road. The property owners on James Extension Street will not sell. This property is bordered by the school on one side and West Haven Complex on the other. There is no other entrance or exit but Tingin Road. Tingin Road has 3 interchanges, Apex Peakway, Spartan Road, and St. James. It also has curves coming from both directions, not one. Now let's add in the traffic that...
Taylor, your time is up. Thank you so much for your comments tonight.
I really wish you'd look at the issues instead of just being all googly-eyed for low-income housing. And that's all the planning board did.
Thank you for your time. I have next on the list, Mr. Barron, of course, you've already spoke, and Mr. Roach, so we move down now to Patricia Fritz.
Hello, my name's Patricia Fritz. I live at 206 Harbor Haven Drive, directly on the property line of 1010 Tingin Road. I have submitted numerous comments to the council and to the planning board regarding the water that flows in between the building that I live in and the first building on Harbor Haven Drive. That water is really probably 10 feet away from the edge, the corner of the one building, and it's flat right there. So any more water that comes down through there is gonna cause a big impact on our community. The stream bed is eroding and filling up our drainage area, going down into the woods. And it's a lot of sand. Sometimes it decreases and gets washed away a little bit, but it always comes back up. I'm also concerned with adding 20 townhomes there. I mean, you figure maybe 2 cars per household, that's 40 more vehicles that are gonna be turning right in front of us. And what Ms. Taylor said is true, there's a corner coming that way and a corner coming this way. And even with the increased traffic caused by Salem Village, it's sometimes hard to get out. And I anticipate there probably would increase vehicle accidents. I don't know, but it just seems like 40 cars is a lot to add to that road right now. I contacted JVI Construction and asked for conditions to increase the stormwater management plan. I also asked them to add a fence along the property line, because right behind our buildings, it's a hill. That 10-foot buffer is not gonna be enough. I mean, those townhomes are gonna be, or apartments, or whatever he's gonna end up building, are gonna be right in my back door. I mean, people are probably gonna look right into my building. The buffer, there's giant trees there. And the buffer, a 10-foot buffer, is gonna take that tree canopy away that protects those giant trees. And if they topple down on our buildings, they are gonna cause great property damage and probably are a great risk to, cause, I don't know, injury to our residents if someone's unfortunate enough to be in the building when a tree comes down. I mean, there's a lot of dead trees in there too, because it's pretty old, and there's always branches flying down. So I really would like the council to consider carefully the impacts that allowing 20 townhomes to go up in 2 acres with a 50-foot stream buffer, the impact it's gonna have on our community. I mean, I think West Haven Townhomes was built as an affordable community in the first place. I don't know exactly, but I think that a nonprofit built them. I think we are a diverse community with moderate incomes, and I really, really want someone to excuse me, I'm done. Please consider the impacts on us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Phil Welch.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Phil Welch. I live at 1471 Big Leaf Loop. I'd like to speak in favor of rezoning the Tingen residential property. As the planner said, it's a great location for affordable housing. It's close to the elementary school. It's close to the downtown. And I'd like to point out that affordable housing is critically needed in the town, especially so that our essential workers have at least a chance to live in the town where they work. I did testify at the planning board hearing about the income qualifications and the affordability period of 10 years. I think those concerns were addressed, and I think we need to move forward with the rezoning. My hope is, and this is an important point, my hope is that the price of the land will be reasonable so that the full maximum, I believe, of 20 townhomes, affordable townhomes, can be constructed and sold to income qualified buyers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. All right, so last speaker on the list. We'll close public hearing for comments. It's back to council for discussion, lead to a possible motion. Who wants to go first?
I do have a question, and Russell, can you speak to the concern about the traffic? I know that there's a concern about, increasing that amount of, with an increase in the number of units, there's always an increase in the amount of traffic. But I know that you've put time into already kind of thinking through those issues. And we've already touched on it a little bit with the idea of that Tingen and interchange kind of changing in the near-term future. Can you just speak a little bit in terms of how, if this is going to make a substantial increase, and do we need to adjust things like speed limits and things like that?
It won't make a noticeable difference out there based on the number of units. It's well below our traffic impact analysis thresholds. So, you know, beyond that, we are again recommending the right in, right out based on the geometric constraints with the spacing, but I don't have any overwhelming traffic concerns with what's proposed.
Thank you. And, I mean, we don't have a TIA because it's not sufficient enough to get to that level. Okay.
That's correct, yes. Okay, thanks.
And Mr. Gray, I thank you, Russell. When I think about it, yeah, let's imagine Apex in 2030 and assume the Peakway's done. So the problem is people trying to go north on Tingen right now in this scenario because they're going to be right in, right out. So let's say they're trying to get to downtown. So the fortunate thing, I guess, about this one is that there are options to go down to the Peakway, then go up Hughes, or to go up 55, back up that way. So there are alternatives. The convenient thing would be just to turn around in Harbor Haven, and that would be probably what happens some, and that would be the least desirable thing to happen. But when I mention my neighborhood and everybody turns around there, the problem is there's nowhere else to turn around till you hit Salem, intersection of the Peakway and Salem there. And so, but there are a little more routes this way. And I think Tingen will be less crowded when the Peakway is done because the intersection will be closed. And I think the desire to go north on Tingen will be decreased with when that intersection closes. So I was trying to imagine the future in my head of like how annoying will this be and how much people want to go north on Tingen and want to turn around there in Harbor Haven. And I think over time it'll go down. And I'm thinking about this in a 10-year window, not just the next year. That's kind of my thought process, trying to think about how people are going to move around this area. Mayor, you live nearby.
No, and I think that's a good way of thinking, kind of through things. When you mentioned the Peakway being completed by 2030, and I hear it snickering out in the audience, and I understand. I understand the skepticism. I do, but I think as a council, what we have to do is we've got to think in terms of the 25-year outlook, the 15-year outlook, the 10-year outlook. We've got to be able to plan appropriately for what things are going to look like in the future, and that's not easy. We don't have crystal balls. I've failed the ability to read my wife's mind and the future. This is something that I know. But what we can do is do the best we can with the data points that we currently have that are actual data points in order to make those assumptions based upon a lot of the scientific conclusions that are out there. The reason why I asked Russell these questions is he's the person in the room who's gone to school, who's done the studies, who's got the background to help us, when we get the data points, make those decisions. We're trying to do the best we can with these educated guests, but I think it's much better making a decision based upon actual assumptions of actual data as opposed to just wild guessing. So I appreciate the input that we get from there. And that's is why I asked the question with regard to the stormwater information. Those photos are troubling to me, And the thing that I know is that there's water, looks like there's sediment. What I don't know is the data points behind where's the water coming from, how long the water's been going there, where's the source of that. I don't have that, and I appreciate staff telling me that they just don't have enough data, because I appreciate the fact of, that just means we need to gather more data. So I would ask staff, irrespective of the way this votes, to provide a report back to me within the next 60 days so that we've got an idea of the data points, because I think that's information that we would ultimately be able to pass on to anybody who would be, whether it's a current applicant or future applicants, answer the question of how do we provide some form of mitigation. No one wants to have water in their home. So if there are ways that we can go about making sure that we can mitigate that, that's a good thing. Now, the fact that we have water in the home and we have water that's coming up right now is a problem. And I will say, fortunately, we have an applicant that seems to be willing to fix a problem that, quite frankly, they didn't create. So I appreciate that. I may be putting words in your mouth. But it sounds like that was the assumption that you guys are making. And if that's the case, I think that that's a good thing. So, am I looking googly-eyed at affordable housing? I don't know, maybe. I'll be honest with you, maybe I am. What I am looking at is the idea that we're gonna have, for that space, 20 units, doesn't seem that bad to me, especially if they're gonna be meeting a need. Are there things that we're gonna have to adjust for in the future with regard to how we address the water? How do we address the roadway and the transportation, yeah, we're gonna have to deal with those things. And I appreciate the applicant being willing to work with us on those things. But when I look at the project as a whole, this is something that, you know, it's in the right location, it's the right type of project with the right infrastructure in place. I wish we had more schools, and I'm hoping that as we continue to grow and we keep having our conversations with Wake County, they're able to put in more schools. I will once again put in another plug for the year-round schools that we have within our community, because both of those schools are, well, all of our year-round schools are not at 70% full occupancy. That's a great way of, you know, helping alleviate a lot of the strain and a great way of educating your kids. I mention that just to say that there's solutions. All of the problems that we are seeing in front of us with this application, I see there's solution sets. And if we can continue to look at solutions, this is something that I can support.
I want to speak specifically to the stormwater management. You know, seeing the pictures definitely is eye-opening. You know, when you see the amount of water and sediment that come through that area and that close to the building, it definitely makes you concerned. And I appreciate you sending those pictures to us. That was very helpful. What I have seen, being on the council, elected for my second term, is that some of these issues in previous communities that have had a lot of water like this have been fixed by development that is very close by, managing the stormwater coming off of that property better. So I would consider that, you know, as part of a possibility with this as well. So, and I do know that we have an amazing stormwater team that helps us out with this to be able to manage these types of situations. So, you know, the affordable housing with this, I think, is amazing. We need more of it, and that the developer has voluntarily done this is wonderful. So I think this is definitely something that I can support.
If I could add on to your comments there. Whenever you have a stormwater problem, and we're here every other week, see a lot of these subdivisions. Stormwater is a very common topic, comes up all the time. When you have a stormwater problem, your instinct is, when you see a development next to you, that's gonna make it worse. I'm worried about the pavement, I'm worried about the street, I'm worried about the houses. So of course you want it not to happen, because you're worried. You have a problem today, they're gonna make it worse. I think what people don't realize is we have a law in our UDO that development is not allowed to make this, basically it means you're not allowed to make the situation worse. Any development near you, if you have a stormwater problem today, tomorrow they can't make it worse. That's the baseline. If they made it worse, they have a problem with the town and they gotta fix it. I think once people learn about that, they feel a little bit better. So coming back to it, if you have a problem today, as the Mayor Pro Tem was saying, counterintuitively, you actually want to see the property near you, that's the source of the problem, to be developed. Because that provides an opportunity for the developer and the owner to engineer a solution on that property. If it's broken and there's something coming off the property, you need to get them to fix it. They're not allowed to make it worse, and potentially, hopefully, they're able to engineer a solution involving a deep pond that they pour everything into, they filter it, they do this stuff. So it's a little counterintuitive, and I say this because, again, this is a very common theme that comes up. It's a very common concern. No one wants water in their basement, you know, or even against their property or in their landscaping. It's terrible. But they're not allowed to make it worse, and there's the opportunity, the hope that they'll engineer and make it better. And, you know, there's no guarantees, but the people who are developing the things have a professional reputation to maintain. They do more projects. They're not gonna just walk away, hopefully. We know these guys. If they mess something up, you know, we're gonna remember that. So they have, you know, they have motivation to get it right. So when I see something like this, where I see these pictures and I see a problem, like, man, like, this is an opportunity for them to potentially fix this and figure it out finally. And I would ask the neighbors to consider that. Like, I know it's not intuitive, but get them to fix it. Like, that's what you need. If they don't do anything, the problem's gonna continue. So, and if also I could address the schools. It's another common topic. It's something this council spent a tremendous amount of time looking at on pretty much every rezoning we have, every residential rezoning we have above a certain size. And if you'll notice in the packet, there's a letter now that comes from the school system. And that letter states what is the situation today And what is the situation gonna be in 5 years once they build out whatever their plan calls for them to build out? And we take those letters very seriously. I think we're still the only municipality that actually gets direct input from the school system. You know, before we got those letters, we just kind of, you know, people shouted at what the condition was and other people shouted back and no one really knew for sure. That's a letter from the school system, from the student assignment guys that look at the numbers and say this is what it is. This letter said there's insufficient capacity today. That's bad, but these houses aren't gonna go up today. They're gonna go up, it'll be several years to build, several years to get occupied. So that's why the second section is, will, you know, construction in the future address it? And my recollection is this letter said it will address it.
Correct.
Yes.
Right, so that's what we look for. And as the applicant here who's worked on other projects can tell you, when that letter doesn't have that checkbox saying it doesn't happen, well, then we potentially have a problem, we have a discussion. And then we look at, well, how short is it? How many homes is it? Are you building 800 homes when we're short, or are you building 4? You know, that's a different situation. So we do have those conversations. We care very deeply about it, probably, I would say, more than any other municipality. This project got a letter that said they're gonna address it, they have a plan to address it. What more can we do? Right. So I'll be supporting the project as well.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve Gant, second, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. We'll move now to public hearing 2 and 3, presented by Ms. Shelley Mayo. You want to take a break?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I may need a break at least half this thing.
Okay, okay.
Do I need to go sit back down?
No, you're good. Everybody good for this part? Yes, get close.
It's not Good evening again. The project before you is 22 CZ12 Hatcher property. This is also up for annexation at the same time because it's outside of the town's ETJ and incorporated area. So at the end of this, I will need 2 votes, one for annexation and one for rezoning, please. This property is by the same applicant that we just heard from, but with a different engineer. And it is on the complete opposite side of town. It's on Olive Chapel Road, or just off of it, on kind of the north central side of town, or west central side of town. Just to give you an idea of where we are, just up to the north is Legacy PUD, which you guys saw about a year ago. Over here to the east is Smith Farm. The American Tobacco Trail runs just along the eastern property line of the project. The Army Corps has land that kind of stubs out across Olive Chapel here and continues on south of Olive Chapel on this side. And Transit Trail, which is currently a private road, runs along the western property line. The property measures about 28.9 acres and is currently in Wake County's jurisdiction. It's zoned Wake County R80W. And the applicant is proposing to rezone this to rural residential conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map currently designates this as rural density residential, which, if you'll remember, is that 1 unit per 5 acres, what we kind of considered very low density when the land use map was updated. If the rezoning is approved, this will automatically change to our new designation, the rural transition residential, and that's because when we updated the land use map the last time, we didn't realize that we no longer had a 1-to-1, a 1 acre, 1 house per 1 acre designation anymore. So state law changed a little while ago that said that if a zoning is not compliant with the land use map, if the zoning is approved, it'll automatically update the land use map, and that's what'll happen here. This project has been divided into 2 pieces by the applicant. It's one whole project, same zoning district, but he's requested to apply different zoning conditions because he's going to develop it in two different ways. Zone B is going to be developed as large lot, single-family traditional subdivision, and Zone A is going to be two very large lots that he's planning to keep separate and have separate access for. The site's currently partially wooded and partially cleared and was recently used for forestry. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on April 27th, and then because the property changed size after that, by an acre, but it still changed size, the UDO required them to have a second neighborhood meeting on December 5th. The meeting reports for both of those are attached to your staff report. The letter of impact from the school system states that elementary and high schools within the assignment area will not have sufficient capacity, but that expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address those concerns at the high school level at least. The applicant is proposing the following uses for the entire site. Those would be single-family, accessory apartment, utility minor, greenway, park active, and park passive. Those are consistent with single-family rezonings across the town. And then because the uses are spelled out differently, I'm going to go through and read them out, but then point out which ones are in common for both of them and which ones only apply to one or the other, just to kind of help make that clearer. So I'm going to be looking at page 3 of your staff report. The first 9 conditions are all architectural in nature, and generally speaking, both pieces of the property have the same zoning conditions. There are 3 conditions that have been added to Zone B, the larger portion, that were not added to Zone A. Those 3 are garages on the front facade of the home shall not exceed 40% of the width of the house and garage together. And then the visible side of the home on a corner lot facing a public street will have at least 3 decorative elements, and then lists some of those possible elements. And then the third option is that the rear and side elevations of the units that can be seen from the right-of-way will have trim around the windows. These 3 are only provided for Zone B, and for 2 of the 3, that's because the only road that's going to be, that might have views of the homes for Zone A is going to be Transit Trail. Additional zoning conditions, A and B share the same maximum built-upon area, maximum building height, and building setbacks, as well as condition requiring solar conduit in the building design for all the homes, and a condition adding a 220 volt outlet inside the garages to help with charging electric vehicles. In addition, both sections will have the condition that says that construction will be restricted to Monday through Saturday and will be no later than 7 p.m. to allow a reprieve from construction noise. All of the other additional zoning conditions apply only to Zone B. Those are primarily environmental in nature and come from the EAB. Those include stormwater management up to the 25-year, 24-hour storm events. This area is not typically required to provide 25-year mitigation, so that's over and above the UDO requirement. There's a maximum density in Zone B of 1 unit per acre, and a minimum average lot size of half an acre. Signage will be provided surrounding all SCMs regarding the need to eliminate and reduce fertilizer and pet waste. The developer will install pollinator-friendly and native flora within the SCM planting areas. At least 75% of the plant species in the landscape design shall be native species, regardless of whether they're in the SCM or elsewhere on site. And perimeter buffers, SCM, and other HOA maintained areas may be planted with clover or warm season grasses for drought tolerance. as well as the HOA will permit clover lawns throughout the neighborhood to reduce water consumption and promote pollinator-friendly habitat. At least one pet waste station will be installed. HOA covenants will not restrict the construction of accessory dwelling units. Outdoor lighting for any HOA-maintained areas will have a maximum color temperature of 3,000 Kelvin. That's a very yellow light. The town standard is 3,500 Kelvin, which is slightly cooler, so this will be a little bit warmer. The developer is also proposing to add to their development sign, a statement that says solar options available. So although they are not adding solar to the buildings themselves, they are stating that that will very clearly that will be available to individual purchasers. The next couple of conditions are about the right-of-way and the construction of transit trail. First one is that the developer shall construct transit trail according to the Apex Thoroughfare and Collector Street Plan on a 60-foot public right-of-way from Olive Chapel Road to the northernmost property boundary, so here, along with a 10-foot side path for the entirety of the eastern side of the street to be dedicated prior to the first plat of the subdivision. For the existing residences which have access to the existing transit trail private street, a temporary access drive shall be provided and maintained throughout the duration of construction of transit trail as a public street. Once transit trail is recorded as public right-of-way and the road is made open to the public, the temporary drive will be abandoned. And then we have buffer conditions. 50-foot type A buffer will be provided along the American Tobacco Trail. That is consistent with the UDO. A 10-foot type A streetscape buffer will be provided along the eastern side of Transit Trail, so here. A 10-foot type B buffer shall also be provided along the northern and southern property boundaries. And a perimeter landscape buffer will not be provided along the southeastern property line. That's intended to mean adjacent to the Army Corps of Engineers. Instead, the applicant is proposing a split rail wooden fence along that boundary to provide a physical barrier between the Army Corps property and the cleared and maintained Apex utility easements. And this is because the town has two parallel utility easements that run within this property that from the edge of the property line inward that measure about 60 feet deep. And in order for the developer to actually provide anything in terms of landscaping or a buffer of any kind, they would actually have to start after that 60 feet to provide additional. And then the slope from the property line down is very steep down into the Army Corps. So after going back and forth with the applicant, staff agreed that a split rail fence would provide a visual and physical barrier to keep people out of the Army Corps land, and people from the Army Corps land would then have a very visual barrier to them, but without impeding the movement of any of the wildlife in the area. So, regarding the buffer along the north, typically since that property is considered forestry, the UDO would require a 40-foot type A buffer, but staff did receive an email from the property owner and they said that they're perfectly comfortable with the 10-foot buffer that's proposed, so staff supports that. Per the Thoroughfare and Collector Street Plan, Transit Trail is designated as a future major collector. It's planned to extend north from Olive Chapel Road all the way up to connect to Legacy PUD and connect ultimately up to US 64. In addition, the bicycle and pedestrian system plan map calls for future side path along the eastern side of Transit Trail. The applicant is proposing those to construct those, and actually I misread a moment ago. I believe that it was actually a 5-foot sidewalk along the eastern side up to Zone A and then a 10-foot side path.
Mostly it's that entrance in Zone B, so not all of Zone B.
Okay, so up to the entrance in Zone B and then all the way, and then further up. The applicant met with the EAB on April 21st, 2022, and they recommended 10 conditions. The applicant included all but one, which was the installation of solar on the homes. After that meeting, as you might remember from a minute ago, the acreage to the property increased. So the UDO required that it go back to the EAB. It went back on November 17th, and the 13 conditions were recommended at that time, of which the only one not included was, again, the solar systems for 4 kilowatts. Parksnet, again, this project, just like the last one, is too small to be required to go to the Parks and Rec Board, so it will automatically receive a recommendation fee in lieu per the UDO. Planning staff recommends approval, and with the following changes, there's a Zone A condition that states that a maximum of 3 private driveways will be allowed onto Transit Trail. Transit Trail is a major collector. We don't normally allow any private driveways at all. So since there is only planned to be 2 lots there, staff's recommendation is that there only be 2 driveways on those points. So we recommend approval with that small change. Planning Board held a public hearing on December 12th and voted to recommend approval with the conditions presented by the applicant. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and the applicant is also here as well.
Any questions for Ms. Mayo?
Oh, go ahead.
So I had made an inquiry to staff about reaching out to WPSS about the potential school site at the site above. Have we heard back anything about that or any information available or no?
We don't have any new information. They've still been working with the developer and with other members of staff, but at this point, they haven't moved forward on that site. They're still interested in it, but they didn't give us any new information about what might be holding them back at this point.
There was a clock, I believe, in that zoning about that land going to the school. Can you remind us what that was?
It was 2 years, either 2 years from the date of approval of the rezoning or 2 years after the site plan for the apartments was submitted, and I don't recall which.
Okay, so
I can look it
the
up.
clock is going though, I guess,
sir.
with those. Either way, it's not 2 years yet, but it will be in the next, I don't know how long, but okay.
Can you remind them of the clock, please?
Yeah, the clock.
Well, definitely.
Yeah. I had a question about the land use and staff's interpretation and thought about that. So, my recollection when we did the Advanced Apex was we purposefully did a 1 per 5 acre in certain parts of town, especially the western areas, especially near Army Corps land, in reaction to the complaints we've gotten about how you're just like way overdeveloping, especially out Olive Chapel. That was the one I heard the most back when I ran the first time in 2017, how Olive Chapel was just demolished and like, you guys need to do something. And so we did that. We said, okay, we're going to kind of have this very rural type of land use to kind of discourage the kind of suburban development that we mostly have in Apex. There wasn't this 1 per 1 acre definition yet, but it was purposefully doing that. So this would be a change from that land use. And I was kind of wondering how staff thought about that, the land use as it exists right now, and how this would be a change in the value of this development versus changing that land use that was purposeful.
The biggest benefit that staff feels that we're getting from this project is the construction of Transit Trail headed north. It provides us with 3/4 of the total distance, about 1,500 feet. There's only about another 5 or so hundred feet left in the gap. And that's a huge chunk for the town, particularly since we're trying to get a school on the northern side, up in the legacy portion. The school system typically, and they haven't stated this 100% on this site, but typically does not want to place a school without having 2 major points of access to it. So in this case, that would be 64 and Olive Chapel. And this particular piece of land provides us with that at still a very low density, of 1 unit per acre is the maximum density. So we feel that it's still broadly consistent with what the land use map was calling for and the updates that were made at that time, while providing a significant benefit to the towns that could help to reduce the overcrowding that we currently have in many of our schools. It also provides us with the pedestrian connectivity to get through to that area, and eventually Olive Chapel will probably have sidewalk. It does not at the moment, but there is a trail access in this general area as well. And then there's another trail access to the Tobacco Trail that will be through the property that hopefully will be a school in the future in Legacy. So our role is to kind of take a look at what's proposed and determine if we think that the town is getting the best benefit or is things are kind of more detrimental within the framework that we're given of laws. And after talking about it, staff agreed that if this road is built to the specs shown and everything, then that's what we think that benefit will be. We think that it'll be more of a positive than a negative. Makes sense.
If you knew this, if the school fell through and you knew it now, would that equation change in the balancing regarding the value of Transit Trail if it was just homes up there in that spot?
It would still provide us with kind of a blow-off valve as far as some of the traffic goes. At the moment, traffic has to go either over through Richardson, which means that anything originating in this general area has to travel east, or it has to go all the way out to New Hill Olive Chapel and then go north. This gives us another north-south connection to 64 that provides relief from some of that traffic. And so I think that we would still see this as a benefit.
Okay. One more question, sorry. The missing gap in Transit Trail, what's your understanding about how the school system would view that missing gap, and how would they see that as if that was not part of some deal before the school gets developed? Who builds that, and how, and would that maybe make them think twice about putting a school there if there's uncertainty about where that road, the right-of-way and the building of it would take place?
State law currently says that either DOT or the towns provide the funding for any traffic improvements that are needed for a school, whether that school is through the county system or a charter school. Mm-hmm. So if that right-of-way is not is not dedicated by someone else or is not purchased by someone else, then the town, if it's a town road, would be on the hook for that. If it's a DOT road, then the DOT would be on the hook for that cost. However, because we no longer have traffic impact fees, we don't have any way to reimburse anyone for off-site improvements, and we can't really ask them for significant off-site improvements if it's above and beyond the impacts that their development will have. So although we did discuss the potential internally, we decided not to ask for that simply because we don't have any way to pay for it and we don't have any way legally to require it. I think we made a polite request in a conversation, and we're told, and it's just not doable, is what we were told.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Mayo?
I made the same polite request.
That's what I.
Yeah. Well, politely asked the applicant.
That's what I.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayo. All right, if you would give us a quick opportunity to take a 10-minute break, please. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry. Blabbering on. Or...
roll, which had to be.
All right, we go ahead and get back in session here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I apologize. I have one more quick thing to add to that. There was a zoning condition that I forgot to change in my notes. The applicant is also requesting to add the following condition, that the developer shall not be required to construct curb and gutter along the west side of Transit Trail. The east side of Transit Trail would be constructed with curb and gutter and a 5-foot sidewalk from Olive Chapel Road up to the entrance of the future master subdivision plan, so roughly here, and a 10-foot side path from the entrance of the master subdivision to the northernmost extent of the property. So basically that means no curb and gutter, no sidewalk along the western side of Transit Trail, and then mostly sidewalk along the eastern side. A portion of it is side path, and then the rest, and then curb and gutter all along the east. Staff would still recommend that the entire thing be built per the the transportation plan, which is curb and gutter on both sides and side path along the east in its entirety. But that is the condition that's been offered by the applicant.
Ms. Mayor, I had a couple questions about that. One was, presumably we would, if that was approved, we would change our transportation plan to add side path on the west side of the transit trail for the future person to build. Is that correct?
That's not a conversation that staff has had yet,
Okay.
but possibly.
Okay. Because I think there is side path on the west side of transit trail at some points north. Or no, it's not called that, but whatever it will be. The other thing,
There's street side greenway along the northern portion within Legacy to some. in
on the
some
west
portion.
side, right. That would
But
go
the
down.
side path itself is along the eastern side, inside of Legacy. It's
Street
just
side
that-
Greenway on the left, okay. The other question I had was about that kind of doing the partial, doing a incomplete one side of the road to let the future development on the west side to finish that. Is there precedent in Apex where we've kind of had that kind of one side is finished and one side has a curb or the ditch, and it's worked out, where then they constructed the other curb and then the whatever pedestrian thing is
So
in the
this is-
future, and that worked out pretty well, or has it been a problem?
So this one's a little bit unique in that this would be changing it from essentially a shared very long driveway to a public road and not constructing the full public road to the full standard. Most of the time where we've got the situation that you were just talking about, where one half of it is a rural section with just ribbon pavement and yes, thank you, and a ditch. And the other side is curb and gutter, is where there's been an existing road that's been out there for a long time, and development has happened on one side of it, and they've finished it with the curb and gutter and everything. So this particular situation's a little bit unique, but to answer your question, where we've had the other one, where the road's been public for a long time, then yes, it does work out well.
And you don't-
There are sometimes situations where the existing traffic, depending on how heavy it is, can crumble the side of the asphalt where it's not finished.
Yeah.
And the town has to go back out and correct that. But it just depends on how much use the road sees and what type of traffic is out there.
Okay. So if a school if it gets completed all the way through and a school gets built, there'll be a lot of traffic, and therefore it will crumble, presumably, if it's not improved.
There is a greater likelihood, in my opinion. I don't like to speak in absolutes,
Okay.
but
We do
it's
design roads.
definitely possible.
Like,
Right.
But we do also have roads that are that rural section with the ribbon pavement and the ditches that go to schools regularly as well, or have large amounts of school bus traffic on them also.
I would say what's interesting with this change is proposed, it gives the town now an incentive to offer the similar type of zoning on, the west side of the street, because then now we get the road completed. Whereas without this, the road's completed, we have really no additional benefit, for them. So I think this is a great condition for those guys, those property owners.
But then they got to do it though, right?
then they have to.
They got to make the improvement. They got to pay the money to make the improvement.
Sure, but that's standard. Like, we see projects all the time that has a road that they have to improve the frontage. Like, that's how it normally works. What's unique about this case is there's technically not a road there now. They're constructing a new road, even though it's functionally a private road. If that was an existing road that was just a dirt road that was, for some reason, DOT or Town of Apex, they would only be required to construct half of it, right?
That's
Like,
correct.
it's because it's a driveway that our UDO says they have to construct the whole thing. So it's a semantic difference. I think there is a fairness issue there. I kind of see the applicant's point.
So along that point, though, maybe a question to you is, you talked about kind of a cascading effect of potentially land uses in this area with this road, and what the road would touch to the north and to the west might be advisable to change it preemptively in theory, or like that dark green may go away even more, especially to the north, I would think, but even to the west. And like, is there a concern from staff, I guess, that once we make this change, really everything north of Olive Chapel would make sense in this area to be that, at least that light green? Or that's not how far we would go in the, as a change in the future?
I haven't been a part of those conversations, so I'm gonna have to defer to the planning director. If those conversations have been held, then she's definitely been a part of that, but I don't know that we've.
No, we haven't
Gotten
talked
that
about
yet.
it. It would be part of a future update to the it'll be 2055 land use map at that point. We have not looked at that. What we looked at was whether or not it made sense to have a transition zone of a 1 unit per 1 acre to allow enough development to pay for infrastructure that's needed in this area. And we did think that that was the case. So I don't think it would be that it's automatic. It's not. It's just something that needs to be considered. I do agree to the north it would make sense,
Right.
because otherwise you can't finish that road.
It'd be kind of peculiar to have the light green and then dark green and then
Lighter.
low density again, even higher
Yeah.
density. Okay.
But I don't think we have to make or worry necessarily about micro edits to the overall land use map here. Like, I think there's a process where we'll, at some point in the future, do another revision, another update, 2055. And then I think at that time, obviously, staff would look at this new designation, look at areas where it makes sense to apply that, and we're gonna see some of the 1-for-5s move to 1-for-1s.
Okay.
And that update should probably start in the next year or two, if I remember right. No? Okay, never mind. Scratch that.
We don't have a date currently.
Scratch that.
Thank you. All right, applicant, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Patrick Kiernan with Jones and Knosson Engineering, 221 North Salem Street. And I'm here representing the applicant, JVI Building and Development, for this Hatcher property rezoning. It's not the last time you'll hear me say it tonight, but just wanted to give a huge thanks to Shelley and the rest of town staff for all the time and effort with this rezoning. It's been a work in progress over the past several months, and they were extremely patient and were very helpful throughout. So just wanted to say thanks. There's been several questions already. I guess I don't need to go through all my spiel just based on some of the knowledge already. I'll just kind of touch on some of the highlights. To speak on Transit Trail, like Shelley said, it's currently a private gravel drive as an existing access easement, and it provides access to a handful of otherwise landlocked parcels to the west and to the north. So in accordance with the recently modified Town of Apex Thoroughfare and Collector Street Plan, Transit Trail will be annexed and reconstructed as a Town of Apex major collector street. It would be realigned per the request, Transit Trail would be realigned. So currently, it actually is just a very straight line that kind of just goes like that. Per the request of the neighbors to the west specifically, they requested that we kind of bow out the street and add a little bit of curvature. Number one, we love curves as engineers because it naturally slows people down. Number two, now that this will be an actual Town of Apex public, major collector street, it gives them a little bit more buffer in their front yard. We've got it situated to where that western right-of-way line is roughly 100 feet from the front yard, as opposed to, the road going straight through the front yard. So there were also a couple, Shelley mentioned there were 2 neighborhood meetings. The only folks that showed up to the neighborhood meetings were those folks that live to the west and to the north, which coincidentally, it was all part of one family. and they were part of the negotiation when Mr. Ione purchased this land in the first place. They were involved with the alignment of Transit Trail, so they've really been involved throughout the process. The only things that they asked when we had neighborhood meetings, number one was the condition about maintaining access during construction. So while Transit Trail is being built as a major collector street, how are they going to get to their homes? So we will provide, have a condition that, access will never be obstructed. They will always have at least some sort of access. And then the other thing was restricting construction to Monday through Saturday, no later than 7 p.m., just to provide a little bit of reprieve from the construction noise and everything. So as Shelley mentioned, and as we've talked about, there are a couple things that we are deviating slightly from town staff's recommendations. Happy to kind of just go through those three real quick. Number one is about the driveways. As you heard, they were willing to allow 2 driveways for the proposed future 2 large estate lots. We're requesting a minor deviation from that, just up to a maximum of 3 driveways for that eastern side. And our reasoning is really just based on the size of these lots. They're, these are 1.5 acre to 2 acre lots each. The amount of frontage, kind of in the red section here on this zone A, is roughly 700 feet. We believe that the town UDO, in its nature of only having 1 driveway per single family home, it's probably more set up for new development where you have several lots in a row. And we feel like with the large frontage across these lots, that it's just a very small addition, that one additional driveway. And one final point on that is the size of these homes. These will likely be side entry garages. So that's going to lend itself to kind of a large parking area in front of the house and the ability for these cars to turn around. We do not anticipate these to be driveway. These are not going to be 20-foot long, 18-foot wide concrete driveways that somebody just backs right out into Transit Trail and, is a safety concern. They're going to have the ability to loop and turn, back themselves around, drive out to Transit Trail. So, from that standpoint, we don't feel like the safety concern is really any greater than just having 2 driveways. So that was the first thing. The second thing is about the location of the 10-foot path. We're requesting a deviation so that the 10-foot path would be on the future western side for the majority of Transit Trail, and we would construct 5-foot sidewalk along the eastern side up till, like Shelley said, the future subdivision entrance in Zone B, where that transition would happen. That provides 10-foot going to the north on the east side, where it ultimately is on the Legacy PUD. The Legacy PUD, hopefully the school is in the cards. That's on the eastern side. The American Tobacco Trail is on the eastern side. So we agree that we should have a connection from our future proposed 23 lots going up to that through that corridor. That's appropriate. But south of there, really our reasoning is, if you can visualize 1 lot and 2 lots in Zone A, this white lot down here is not part of the rezoning, but it also has access off of Transit Trail. So we're talking about 3 very large lots that have frontage along the eastern side. Obviously, like you said, Mr. Gray, we can't predict the future, but I think it's likely that in a few, with the transportation plan being amended to provide a major collector street here, it's likely that development will be calling, on the western side, in some form in the future. So the likelihood that, number one, a intersection where our future intersection would be, is likely on Transit Trail. And then just based on the length of that road, it's likely that there would be another entrance. So our reasoning is based on usability of that 10-foot path. It's not trying to get out of building it. You've got 3 potential users on the east side and tons of potential users on the west side that can come out. They can cross at a high-vis crosswalk at that intersection and carry on to the north. And then the third modification would be not building curb and gutter on the west side. And our modified street section would essentially be enough for 2 travel lanes and appropriate shoulder. So some of the stuff about, the edge of the pavement crumbling, that can be mitigated a little bit by maybe a wider asphalt shoulder. Typically, in Apex Residential Street is 2 11-foot lanes. So we don't have a dimension necessarily set in the rezoning, but what we've been internally discussing is at least 24 feet of asphalt, which provides 2 11-foot lanes and a 2-foot paved shoulder on that western side, ribbon paved with a roadside ditch. And then in the future, that future developer would share in the cost. They would add 6 feet of asphalt for the full 30 feet. They would add curb and gutter, and they would add the 10-foot side path on that western side. You know, you mentioned, you know, it's sort of fair and equitable, and that's where we think we're following the intent of the code when it comes to if you're tying on to an existing street and you are in control of 50% of the road frontage, that's what the developer is, you know, required to improve. It's a unique situation, like Shelley said, because it's a new street, but we sort of think that the intent of the code is still being followed. Beyond that, you mentioned, Shelley, that we would be requesting to amend the land use map to the new rural transition residential. Councilman Gant, one thing about the land use class and kind of what you're just saying, and don't get me wrong, you know, speculation on my end too, but just kind of looking at that map, there are other, I don't know if they're medium density or what, developments sort of to the northwest, and there are street stubs that kind of come down to this swath of land over here to the west. We feel like when the transportation plan was amended for, you know, for the benefit of the legacy PUD and for the potential school site, that it sort of set the precedent that development is kind of coming out to this area. For our sake, we're going 1-to-1, but it's only in Zone B. So what you see on Olive Chapel really is not going to change hardly at all for the sake of our project. In the future, you know, I do think that it's likely that development would probably come and they probably would request that same 1-to-1 density. It's still not even, you know, it's not medium density, it's not low density, which is 3 units per 1 acre. It still would be one unit per acre. But, you know, that's a fight for another day. I just think that it's, in the discussions that I heard about adding the new land use map designation of 1-to-1, this was sort of the perfect opportunity because, like Diane mentioned, it provides a transition for us between, you know, medium density to the east, mixed use / medium density to the north, and then, you know, starting to transition towards Jordan Lake over to the west. So anyway, that's the long and short of it. Obviously, appreciate all of your time and consideration, and we ask that you please vote to approve case number 22CZ12 for rezoning and annexation. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Just one question for me. I know that we've got Zone A and Zone B. Can you give a little bit of just educate me on why we've got the 2 different zones? What's the intent with Zone A? I know that we're talking about different densities, but why do we have this sort of configuration?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's one that even Shelley and I kind of were going back and forth on fairly recently on, do we really need 2 sets of meets and bounds to separate the 2 and 2 sets of zoning conditions for the 2? A lot of it came down to the EAB because the majority of those zoning conditions in Zone B reflect the EAB conditions. Another one of them is just the landscape buffers. You know, if there's a subdivision, even if they're large, you know, half-acre to an acre lots, 23 of them, say, up in Zone B, we feel like the landscape buffer should be between green and red, not necessarily, you know, between red, which is a 2-acre lot, and another, you know, 3.5 acre lot to its south. We've been in contact with the property owner for this lot, and he doesn't have any desire for any kind of additional buffer. So that was really the red flag that Shelley pointed out to me was if you leave it without having a Zone A and Zone B, well, then that required 10-foot southern buffer is going to have to go right here, and there will be no buffer right there. So then it kind of went down the wormhole of, well, you know, do we really need to have zoning conditions about signage and SCM areas for these 2 large estate lots, which will not have a stormwater pond? So that's sort of the reason that it went the direction that it did. It wasn't to get out of anything for Zone A. It was just, you know, it just didn't really make sense to have some of those conditions tied to those homes.
Right, thank you.
Sure.
So, when we met before to talk specifically about this one, I asked about the driveway access, for Zone A. And it's specifically related to not necessarily what's here today, but what could be coming here in the future. Because if this connects all the way up, we're gonna have a lot more traffic through here than what's considered in just this one. So, and as we talked before, my recommendation was to follow staff's recommendation for the driveway access to decrease safety risk of people turning onto this. When you've got a lot of school traffic coming through, you've got cut-through traffic coming from Olive Chapel all the way up. So that would be my preference for this area, just to decrease any safety risk. If at all possible, the less amount of driveway access you have onto a major collector, the less chance for accidents.
Sure.
So,
One thing that when we spoke, I may have misspoken on a little bit before. I mentioned that there is a very steep portion of Transit Trail coming off of Olive Chapel. We looked closely at it today, and that steep portion does start to transition right at about the start of that Zone A. So across that first lot, it's a little bit less than 5%, which is, I would not consider steep at the end of the day. The reasoning is for the potential to have a home and then potentially an accessory apartment separate from the home on that lot. And that's the desire for the third driveway. To speak on, just the number of them and access and everything. Just for the interim, before any future development comes in and anything continues on the west side, there are 2 driveways, I believe, either 2 or 3 on this square lot right here, as it is, and then there's also another one on this southern lot right here, which, unless that were to come in as a separate development on its own, that one probably would maintain its driveway on the Transit Trail. So for us, it's really just a matter of, the desire from my client is there. He sees a real need for that third driveway, and in discussion, I don't see it as a significantly greater risk for adding one additional driveway, especially considering the nature of these driveways that, they likely will be able to pull all the way out and drive out of their driveway rather than reversing.
just knowing the situations that we have, on farther down Olive Chapel Road, where you've got these site distance issues, where you have a grade that would be considered probably about this 5% grade. You just having one driveway access onto that puts people at risk. So I would submit that as, another reason why I think less is better.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open up public hearing for comments at this time, and we have one person signed up, Leslie Abel.
Hello, it's Laz again, and 4306 Haybeck Lane, all that good stuff. And, sorry. So, acquire this property and turn it low density. I dare you to tell the people in this town that the opportunity for this historic land to go to another generic neighborhood that's dime a dozen across the entire state and town itself, we need that as opposed to an inviting forestry space with gravel roads that you can bring your family to. Perhaps there's a brick street lined with local shops underneath apartments and office spaces to create a real destination that only Apex could provide. And even from a financial point, a low-density single-family home, I'm looking at the data in Apex, and the best factor that we have for the value per acre is something like 300 to 400,000, which sounds pretty good. But the most important points of interest in the town, i.e. downtown area and North Salem Street in general, places like that pull in near over $2 million per acre. So to sit here and claim that low density is the best option for this shows that you would prefer to cripple the town's budget and tell 400 people that don't even live in Apex, you deserve the opportunity to live here, rather than looking everyone at this town and in this room especially, that their quality of life is less important than this engineer's vision on what the 20th residential neighborhood is in town. And plus, I love the irony of Transit Trail being used as a high-speed connection between Olive Chapel and 64, when if your mission is to reduce the traffic in that area, by putting more people there who need a car to live there, so what if there's another road, because all the people that live there are going to be driving there, and it just wouldn't even matter. And I don't quite remember what the exact quote was, but I think I heard that the engineers aren't willing to build a sidewalk because it doesn't fit the vision of their motive or something. What, do they think that safe infrastructure for us citizens is less important than what number that is going to go in their bank account at the end of all this? So zone this low density, and I want you to look at everyone and say that their quality of life is less important than people who don't live here.
Thank you so much for your comments. All right, that closes public hearing for comments, and it's back to council for discussion.
Well, I'll lead off on this one. So, and I'll lead off with the idea of saying that my real concern isn't really this parcel. It's the parcel to the north. If we can get that for a school, that will help solve a lot of the concerns that we constantly hear about. Getting a road built to that school, to that area, I think makes it much more attractive for us to get a school. Getting it done without our money is something that I really appreciate the ability to get done. When I look at this issue of, I feel like it's a fortunate coincidence, and I think it ultimately may play out for us in the future. When I look at the idea of curbing sidewalk, other transportation infrastructure on the east side as opposed to the west side, the thing that jumps out to me is, if we have a school there, I'd like the flexibility of figuring out what we can do on the western side of that. One of the things that I haven't had a chance to kind of put into a bookmark on in terms of our development and making sure that we've got the roadways and space available for schools is just making sure that we have something in our pocket so that we can plan for the additional carpool lane. Or for us to plan for the ability to put in a Go Apex bus stop there so that somebody can go and pick their kid up from school, get back on the bus, and get back home. To me, this gives us a lot of that flexibility, and I like that. I don't know if I know it wasn't a planned consideration of the applicant, but I like it. I like that flexibility. I like the idea of being able to play with things within this range, and I do think it makes it much more attractive for us to be able to get that area built for a school. So to me, I like this. Do I like additional development? Do I like the additional homes? That's one way or another. I mean, we're not talking about a substantial, this isn't an application for high density, and I think that would be against our overall thought process of lessening density as you go closer towards Jordan Lake. But in my eyes, if we can make that legacy PUD a lot more attractive and give the district the ability to start putting down roots on a school there, we're going to have a school built that's going to help us for that 10, 15-year view that we've been talking about. So I support this one.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'd like to add some comments. I just want to be clear to everyone, we don't have a school there. We hope we do.
We hope we do.
But I want to give the impression that they're definitely going to come if this gets built. We don't really know. We've been asking, hey, can you guys take a look at this? Let us know what you're thinking. And the school system they have real estate agents, they have a process they go through to vet property. It's not real, I mean, the property vetting process typically isn't very open. Like they do their evaluations, they're not gonna let us know until they decide to buy something, that's when we'll find out. And they haven't done that yet. And like Councilman Gray was saying, we've heard anecdotally that access is a huge thing. So if there's a road there, makes it more attractive. And the site was reserved for them to potentially purchase, an option they have not yet executed. So that's what that's about, is the public good that would be done by providing access to that school. We talk about capacity issues at the elementary level, and this could potentially address that if it works. But again, to be clear, there's no agreement there. It's just sort of trying to make things more attractive. That said, I still think there's a lot of public good for this road if a school doesn't ultimately appear there. Well, we have the Legacy PUD to the north, which is mixed use, high density, right? We built apartments up there is what's coming. By 64, by mass transit, good access to a lot of stuff. It's great. I'm hoping if a school comes, they can walk to school. We don't need that many buses. How great would that be to have an apartment building, next to a school? But those people today are kind of orphaned a little bit. Like they don't have access to Olive Chapel. They're going on 64 every day. That's not great. Like having this access to Olive Chapel is a good benefit to that community, and it still provides benefit for this project. So for that reason, I think providing this road is a great net benefit to us, and for that reason, I'll support the project.
Oh, and to be clear, to steal from Field of Dreams, if you don't build it, they may come. Let's not occupy the land. The school has an option with us. We've told them that's an option.
Yeah.
Let's keep it that option.
You want to weigh in first?
Sure, still concerned about that driveway. I know it is just one driveway that we're talking about, but the more people we put on this road, the more dangerous extra driveways are. So I'm still really concerned about that.
Okay. As I mentioned, the land use map changes we made in 2019. I frankly was really proud of that 1 per 5 acre designation, because it's like we're doing something. First chance this happens, we're going to undo it with this new, and the new definition I was fine with, but this is the first time we're even like contemplating anything that was part of that 1 per 5 acre. There's another one I think in the works. Second time?
I think you might have missed that one. It was up on, where was it? It was up north somewhere. I think there's.
Oh.
It was real small.
Yeah, it was real small.
I may have missed one. Okay, I haven't voted on one. So I find some of the developments that are kind of suburban style out in the western part of the town undesirable. The way they look, the way they've changed what was trees and fields and all these things that you could see at least trees and fields, at least when I moved here, to be different, to be kind of standard looking suburban style. So I always need a compelling reason. Every time I've been asked about this, I've said I need a compelling reason to kind of overlook that and change that land use. And the road going 100% of the way, and we got the possibility that school is guaranteed to be a connection made with the development. If it was further north, great, but this is getting us 90% of the way there. And I asked about even a right of way, so we don't have a possible lawsuit on our hands, and we try to proceed later. But that's not been part of this discussion. It was kind of late in the process, admittedly. So I think it's not compelling enough to change that land use, even if it's there is some benefit to that road. That's how I see it.
Is it too soon to joke about this, or?
What's that?
Nothing. Just wondering. Feeling you guys out.
All right, very well.
I'd like to debate that a little bit.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
So the compelling reason here is a major collector road. This isn't a dinky little street. This is a major connection, it's thick asphalt. It's going to provide a lot of benefit to an eventual school if it comes there, and to that commercial access that's there too. Remember, this is a mixed use, right? And above us there.
90% of the way there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's opportunities, I hope, to negotiate with the landowner about constructing it when the time comes. I think there's not enough time to get into that. We asked the property owner, the applicant, to look into it. They're not there yet. that's a discussion, we can have that discussion after the rezoning to see what's possible, what timing would be amenable to that property owner. Because I know this school is not gonna come tomorrow. What'd you say?
Go ahead, proceed.
Can we get a
Are
condition?
you the property owner?
Okay.
All right, come on up. Just for the record, I was gonna ask you to
State your name.
state your name and address.
Plot thickens.
So can I ask
Okay,
about the
go
driveway
ahead.
real quick?
I think he's,
What?
so,
They're gonna
that's
chat.
the landowner, he's chatting with Joey now,
I
we
see.
just asked the
Okay.
question.
Okay, got it.
This may or may not happen a lot faster than you thought.
Can I ask about the driveway?
We just discussed, and we're willing to reduce it back down to staff's recommendation of 2 driveways instead of 3.
Thank you.
You had a good weekend? Catch the Bills game?
Anybody watch that national
I
championship?
T-voted, don't tell me what happens.
That wasn't,
Let me just tell you, don't waste your time.
that wasn't national championship.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm only not gonna destroy your dreams if your idea was it within 30 points? Answer is no.
Did you know, in the bad vibes of UNC football, the kicker for Ohio State was a transfer from UNC. Did you know that?
No,
When
I
they
didn't
missed
know
it.
that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I had no
Yeah.
idea.
Some bad vibes
Man.
from our team.
You wanna kick this
Out
down?
of- out of
Oh, okay,
pressure.
never mind.
Good evening. I represent the Clement family, which does own the property on the left of Transit Trail and to the north of Mr. Ione's property. And I just want to be clear, because maybe I'm misunderstanding, as far as this additional missing segment, as y'all have liked to put it. That has not been on the table, and at the present time is not on the table. So if that's what you're talking about, and I realize this is, we're talking about in the future, and I realize that things change, but as far as right now, that's as far as we're willing to change.
All right, pretty clear answer?
Can you give us your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Kip Clement, and I live at 1801 Transit Trail.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have any additional?
I do not, I mean, property owners wanna sell it now, it's fine, we don't need it right now. Worry about it in the future, I'm fine with that.
Maybe I'll further justify, you know, we've had some issues with lawsuits where we need a missing section of something and it's escalated. And that's why I've been asking about that over and over again, is because I want to avoid an escalation in the future. And that's why I thought like the right of way was what I was the ask for that little section. But it sounds like it's not on the table, so it's moot, and that's kind of informing my decision about this one.
I'll say this, a wise man once said to me, I think it was in the Yellow Bridge project, we're talking about a similar road. And I was like, man, we need to get the right of way for this other section. And this wise person was like, Terry, you know what, building this 80% of the way or whatever is better than getting nothing at all. I don't remember who that was.
Yeah.
They're a very smart guy.
Familiar?
It does sound familiar, and I think maybe we should think about that and the precedent we set there.
Well, in my defense, the Yellow Bridge was quite a different project in density and mixed useness than this one is. So
It may help with some of the traffic with a similar density though, in the area.
Yeah.
So with connecting traffic, reducing the flow, so.
I'll acknowledge that.
Mayor, I motion we approve the rezoning and annexation of trying to get the case number here. Annexation 734 and rezoning case 22CZ12.
The added conditions,
Sorry, 735, is that wrong? All right.
with the added conditions.
With the, which added conditions?
Yeah.
Oh, we were down to 2. With the added condition of dropping the number of driveways down to 2.
Second.
With the applicant's version without curb and gutter along the western side?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
And I'll second that.
Already got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
All right, motion passes 3-1. Thank you.
It was Brock, he was the wise. Okay.
Yes, I got that. The subtlety was not left on the.
All right, annexation number 740-1933 Olive Chapel Road. Ms. Diane Ken.
Good evening. This this annexation is along Olive Chapel Road. It's a little closer into town than the prior item shown here. It is currently in our ETJ, and it is currently zoned medium-density residential. It is 3.4 acres, located at 1933 Olive Chapel Road, and they're requesting annexation to get town services. Staff does recommend approval of this annexation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? All right, hearing none, thank you. All right, open up public hearing for this item. No one signed up for public hearing for comment. I'll close it, and it's back to council for discussion leading to a possible motion.
I just have one thing I want to kind of just get on everybody's radar right now. We get more and more of these smaller parcels for annexation, and I know that as we go through the annexation, we get the inevitable request for rezoning. And due to the size of a lot of these parcels, certain things like, the Park and Rec Advisory Board considerations, EAB considerations, some of the other things that we have built into our, other planning documents don't apply. Seeing as how we're becoming much more frequently addressing these sort of things, I do think that, we need to start taking a look at whether or not we need to start applying some of the things that are exempt to these smaller properties, just so that we can maintain uniformity over a larger picture, because I think that will become much more of a, it's much more of a question, much more of an issue. Something tells me we'll be addressing something similar to this later on tonight. So just wanted to put that out there.
Can I ask a follow-up then to Diane? Has there ever been staff discussion about a requirement to rezone something if it's a certain size, kind of like this, and it's already rezoned, and they can build tomorrow if they want to, I guess, and it may be a undesirable from this current council's point of view type of development, and we would have no control, right? And so, besides the exemption, is there a thought about requiring a rezoning? I'm not sure we can even do that, but
No.
as part of an annexation.
It's already zoned, yeah. The only way that you can require a rezoning with the annexation is if it's in the county. But this is in our ETJ, and it's actually already zoned medium density, which is consistent with everything around it. So they will not be coming back in my opinion, they will not be coming back to ask for anything. They will go under the UDO's subdivision ordinance if they decide to redevelop. There is a house on the property currently.
Can you address Councilman Gray's idea about, is there a way we can limit the exemptions based on size for this kind of annexation, associated with the annexation?
I don't think so, because most of the things that we get as zoning conditions are things we're not allowed to do under state law. It has to be proffered by the applicant when they're asking for their rezoning. And I know there was a study done for the Parks and Rec, and they're exempt under a certain number from land dedication.
Mm-hmm.
They still have to pay their fee in lieu.
I mean, something simple as like sidewalks on both sides of the road would probably not be possible here without a rezoning if they don't want to do it, right?
They would only be required to do sidewalk along Olive Chapel Road and then one side of the residential street, yeah.
So I'll say one thing, legal restrictions that we have here aside, one thing we can do is be more diligent when we look at these donut holes, when we look at missing parcels that would naturally be part of a development, we go to approve that, take that into consideration because as we can see, it sometimes causes problems down the road with the, exempt status of that parcel and not getting critical infrastructure.
Yeah, and that's my point. That's the point I want to kind of make sure we're kind of looking at. Right now, the sidewalk exemption, we built that. Is that something we need to relook at and say, maybe it shouldn't be for smaller? That's all I'm saying. That's the conversation we need to have. Not today, but I think that's something that we'll need to think about.
I thought the sidewalk exemption was.
I'm just using that.
Yeah, I want more sidewalk, and that may
Right,
not be required to.
Yes.
That's the undesirable part of that, potentially.
Because these are rezoned at medium density, not conditional zoning, correct?
Right, this is from before I worked here. It's been some.
Certainly not talking about this specific rezoning, more or less just the general scenario of we're getting smaller parcels, we're getting smaller, we're getting small parcels that right now may be zoned in one condition, may be asked for a rezoning in a different condition.
Yeah.
And there's just a certain set of conditions that right now can create things where it just becomes problematic for us in terms of our priorities of what we need to have. And just putting it on everyone's radar, certainly don't expect us to answer this question now of whether or not we can. That's something we need to start taking a look at. I mean, what I would ultimately ask maybe is, the staff to start thinking about a number of these issues as they popped up, because I know over the year I've seen this kind of come up over and over again, and maybe just kind of saying, all right, we're seeing a high frequency of where we've got plats that are too small for sidewalks, but we're always asking the applicant for sidewalks. Maybe that's something we need to take a look at as an additional zoning condition. Just using that as an example, knowing that's not an actual thing, just simplifying it for those on YouTube and for myself.
I would just say staff always recommends that donut holes in adjacent small parcels be included as part of the larger project. And the one that you're talking about that's going to be heard later tonight, Epcot Communities did try to buy that parcel and wasn't able to. So it's not for lack of trying on the developer's part or the staff's part. Sometimes people are just not ready to sell at the time, that it would be more convenient and comprehensive to be part of a larger development. And I'm sure that's the case here. This was a very large kind of farm parcel and they didn't want to sell. They probably own the rest of you'll see this a lot. This probably was the owner of all of this.
Exactly my thought, I think. And then, they held on to this one parcel and now they just want to get rid of it and boop, donut hole.
Would stormwater controls be required if they built to the maximum extent?
It's 3.4 acres.
So the threshold is if they're disturbing an acre or more, they would do.
Oh, so they might be acre or more. Okay.
So probably.
Probably. Good. Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion.
No,
Mayor Pro
second.
Tem, second, Gray. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. Move now to public hearing 5 and 6.
All right, the next project in front of you is annexation and rezoning case for the towns at the station plan unit development. This project is located in the kind of southwestern central-ish portion of the town's jurisdiction. It is south of Hume Olive Road and north of Old US 1, just to the west of Apex Friendship Elementary School, and south and east of Friendship Station PUD. The acreage is about 16.39 acres. It's currently zoned Wake County R40W. As you can see, it's primarily wooded. There are some streams on this property as well, and it does have a portion of the Little Beaver Creek Conservation easement on it also. As with the last project, I'll need a vote for both the annexation and the rezoning when we get to the end. The applicant's proposing to rezone this to planned unit development conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map calls for medium density residential here, with the green portion being protected open space. That is the portion that's within the Little Beaver Creek conservation easement. Just to give you a general idea, everything that's shown in kind of this grayish taupe is the Friendship Station PUD. Everything that's in this green is within the conservation easement, and the blue is riparian buffers and streams. And then the purple that I've colored in here is the sewer easement that runs to the west up to the school. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on July 28th. That meeting report is attached to your staff report. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the 2045 land use map, so there will be no need for changes on this one. A letter of impact from the school system was received, and the school system indicates that all 3 levels of the current assignment area have insufficient capacity for future students. Expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address concerns at the high school level, though. The applicant's proposing the following uses: accessory apartment, townhouse, greenway, recreation facility private, park active, park passive, and utility minor. In addition, they're providing some conditions from the Environmental Advisory Board. Signage will be provided surrounding SCMs regarding the need to eliminate and reduce fertilizer and pet waste. Those signs will be located near publicly accessible areas like sidewalks, amenity centers, greenways, etc. The developer will install pollinator-friendly native flora within the SCM planting areas. 75% of those species will be native to the eastern U.S. and selected with the planning department. At least 75% of the remaining landscaped areas will also have native plant species rather. Perimeter buffers, SCM, and other HOA maintained areas may be planted with clover or warm season grasses. HOA covenants will not prohibit clover lawns throughout the neighborhood. At least 3 pet waste stations will be installed within the HOA. All the townhomes shall include solar conduit in the building design. A minimum 4 kilowatt solar system will be installed on at least 4 townhome units within the development. All solar installation will be completed or under construction prior to 90% of the building permits being issued. All garages will be wired with a 220 volt outlet inside the garage to facilitate charging electronic vehicles. Any outdoor lighting within the HOA maintained areas will have that 3000 Kelvin color temperature. Sod used within the perimeter buffers, SCMs, and along the streets will not be fescue. And HOA covenants will not restrict the construction of accessory dwelling units. The architectural conditions that are proposed are consistent with what we normally see, so I won't read those out loud. The applicant is proposing a maximum of 4.6 units per acre or 75 townhomes, and all of the building setbacks are consistent with our typical standards as well. The proposed rezoning complies with the town's requirements for RCA. The project is planned to be mass graded, so they're proposing an additional 5% RCA, even though townhomes aren't required to do this. And the PUD will dedicate at least 35% of the total project area as RCA and buffers. In addition, to demonstrate the project's commitment to preserving and establishing tree canopy in our area, they plan to donate $3,000 to a local nonprofit with a mission towards tree preservation and replacement. The applicant is also proposing the following buffers along Richardson Road. So this is, north is actually to the side over here. Well, I guess your side over here. Along Richardson Road, it'll be a 30-foot type B buffer, which is consistent with the UDO. Adjacent to Apex Friendship Elementary School, they're proposing a 10-foot type A buffer. And adjacent to the townhomes in Friendship Station 1 and 2, so along the north, also a 10-foot type B buffer. The southern boundary will be a 10-foot type B buffer. And then also where this property line is adjacent to Apex Friendship Elementary is a 10-foot A, and then a 10-foot B here. And then the western boundary, which actually will be on the other side of Richardson Road, will be a 15-foot type B buffer. There are some slight changes from the UDO requirements, but they are generally consistent. The town utilities will comply with the ultimate designs for the town master plans, but the applicant has proposed to meet the stormwater requirements for the 25-year storm, even though this area is outside of the typical required area for that. All public streets will provide 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of the road. However, the Richardson Road extension shall provide a 10-foot side path along the eastern side of the road. The east-west residential street that's indicated here, the approximate alignment, and Stubb Street will have a 10-foot side path along the northern side of that road. There was a recent update to the bicycle and pedestrian system plan map for that, and this complies with that update. In addition, a 10-foot greenway will connect roughly in this location and connect to that side path that's going to be on the northern side of that road, and then run through the stream crossing along the public, the sewer easement here, and connect up to this greenway connection here, and will eventually connect to the elementary school infrastructure as well. Richardson Road is designated as a future 4-lane median divided thoroughfare. The developer plans to dedicate sufficient right-of-way along their property frontage to meet the requirements in Advanced Apex. The proposed road section will match the interim road section on the adjacent Friendship Station development. This means that only the 2 eastern lanes of the future 4-lane median divided road will be constructed with this project. This project does provide us with approximately 500 feet of Richardson Road. Unfortunately, it does not go the entire extent because the developer was unable to purchase this portion of the road, so wasn't able to get us up to the creek crossing. Staff did make that request in an effort to try to close any loopholes, and the applicant was unable to get unable to purchase that land from the owner. The residential street that connects to Richardson Road, so this one here, will be a right-in, right-out entrance in the future when Richardson Road is ultimately widened to include the medium. In the interim, it's a full movement road. There will also be street stubs in these locations as well to connect to provide additional connections rather. The applicant is also proposing to sell at least 4 townhome lots to an affordable housing provider such as Habitat of Wake, and at the cost that the developer will pay for such lots. So they'll provide those to the affordable housing provider at cost. This project also met with the Environmental Advisory Board on July 21st, 2022. They recommended 12 conditions. The applicant is providing all of those, although 2 of those are being adjusted. The 2 that are being adjusted, one was a minimum of 4 pet waste stations will be installed. They're providing 3. The second one is that the developer shall, the recommendation was to install 29 solar photo PV systems on townhomes. Instead of the 29, the applicant is providing 4. This is approximately 5% of the total number of units. This project was big enough to have to go to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and they unanimously recommended a fee in lieu of dedication with credit for construction of the greenway if an opportunity is identified during the master subdivision plan review. Planning staff recommends approval of the Towns at the Station PUD as shown. Planning board heard this one at their December 12th meeting and unanimously voted to recommend approval. Since the planning board meeting, the applicant has also added the following condition. Homeowner association covenants shall not restrict individual homeowners from installing solar PV systems on the rooftops of their individual townhomes. And this is because in most townhome communities, the entire exterior is maintained and governed by the HOA. So some of our townhome communities have restricted solar panels on the roofs because that's a cost that they typically bear. By adding this condition, that will not be a problem for these homeowners. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I had a lovely slide with the text that I forgot about. And those are the elevations for this project.
Ms. Mayo, can you talk about the gap that we're leaving?
Yes,
And staff's concern about the fact that if developed, that little piece, it's only going to be infrastructure, no money-making can be, I assume, houses or anything can be built anywhere near it. So like, how's it ever going to get completed? Especially the fact that Horton Ridge Boulevard's a big-time road in that area because it connects to Heelan and then down to the other neighborhoods. And so won't this be a critical gap that will just be catastrophic if we can't get it fixed or can't get it filled?
From the town's point of view, yes. And it will cost us a lot of money, most likely, to get that. I don't know how clearly you can see where I've zoomed in on this, but this piece of property is almost entirely taken up by the conservation easement. My guess, and this is purely a guess because I've had no interactions with the current property owner at all, so this is just purely a guess on my part. Since I don't think the owner lives there, that's not what the billing address is, I think it's possible that they plan to hold out in order to get additional money when we do need to build that connection. Like I said, this is purely speculation. I have no confirmation of this. But the owner wasn't, the applicant that's come in was able to get a portion of this property in order to get their development going, but wasn't able to get all the rest of it. I was forwarded a letter that said that the current property owner is not interested in selling that piece. And I think I included that in your staff reports as well. All that staff can do is encourage people to communicate with each other and to try to purchase the property. We can't force them to. We did have several communications internally or several conversations internally about this. And the long and short of it is we don't feel that we are capable of recommending denial on this one because of property that they aren't able to get under contract. They are still providing over 500 linear feet of a very wide road that would cost us a lot of money to build, even just those 500 feet. And we're of the opinion that getting that portion is better than not getting any of it. We would love to see Olive Farm Road connected, or Horton Ridge, I think it's what it's called right here, connected through and up, but we weren't able to make that happen. So.
First of all, as the property owner in the room, I just want to make sure before we start talking about this more. Okay, just thought I'd check. My instinct is to argue with you, but I think you're right on this one. And really, what bugs me about this is there was a land swap done here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the land swap was specifically set up in such a way that maximizes what the town has to pay. Like if there's three parties here, there's those two property owners and there's the town, and there's a transaction going on, and we're on the losing end of that land swap. And that kind of bugs me. Like they were clearly talking, they clearly negotiated something. It wasn't like they didn't meet, but what we got is, okay, we'll give you everything but the section, for Richardson Road, which clearly can only be built by the town after this arrangement. So I think this is a different case than the ones we've seen before because of that transaction and how we're involved.
I'm also assuming we're gonna need to build a bridge over that protected space.
Let's not even get to that right now.
We were gonna have to build a bridge anyway.
That's the nightmare.
And that bridge was gonna be very, very expensive anyway. So, yes, there will need to be a bridge.
That's a future council problem to worry about. Let's not even talk about it here.
As the non-engineer in the room, there will probably have to be a bridge. I'll let Russell say whether or not there really has to be a bridge.
There you go.
I'll be
There you go.
retired by then.
There you go.
Not my problem, huh? Well, yeah, just looking at it, yes, it's gonna be super expensive. But it's also something that's on our transportation plan in the future that needs to be done in order to, create connectivity along this route, and relieve some of our bigger roads, so.
I think Richardson's actually is pretty critical, and I think if you guys remember, maybe down at a retreat a couple of years ago, we were talking about the relative priorities of Richardson and Jesse Drive. And I was kind of the opinion that, that Richardson was a little more important than Jesse Drive in terms of getting connectivity, just because I guess I live out in the area and I see what happens and what's coming. But we're working on Jesse Drive now, and this is kind of out there. Right.
Just to say too, I've made several comments to people on the EAB as well as developers about including Clover as, specifically named out, because that sometimes is specifically called out in HOA regulations. So I appreciate this being added in this one and the last one. I saw that. So thank you.
I'm also the EAB, the planning department EAB link person. And they have taken that under advisement on several of them. You'll see more coming forward with that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Applicant wishes.
Hello again. I am still Patrick Kiernan with Jones and Knosson, 221 North Salem Street. So I think this PUD has a lot of merit standing on its own. I have a lot of points that Shelley kind of touched on mostly that I think speaks to the intent of the developer to do this project the right way. But I'll revise that a little bit and just kind of address the elephant in the room, being Richardson Road. I have a lot of thoughts on this. I've thought about this endlessly. The land swap, I'll start with that. You're right, there was a negotiation about them acquiring more land. I don't know if I can find exactly where that was. This shows it okay. That's better. It really was not a large amount that we needed. And the reasoning for that line being where it was is based on other infrastructure that was already installed as part of Friendship Station, specifically the sewer outfall that cuts below where Horton Ridge will come in, comes up here, and then it runs directly parallel to the conservation easement right there. In doing layouts to try to maximize yield, because one of those slides I think shows pretty clearly how limited the development area is on this site, based on other environmental features. The location of this road is based on a certain layout where we backed into it. If we have a sewer outfall there, we're assuming, a row of townhomes backing up to that outfall, a road in front of that. We're trying to maximize this, so in an ideal situation based on environmental constraints and other infrastructure constraints, that's where we would like that road to be. That is when they approach that adjacent landowner about a land swap. If you can kind of gauge the difference in area, I don't have the area written down. I did at one point. I seem to have lost my note. This property owner is doing quite well for himself in acreage on this land swap. He gave up a very small amount, and he gained this whole corner of that parcel right there. This whole green parcel right there was originally owned by the same owner, and is now has been given to this person as part of that land swap. So it wasn't a land swap trying to finagle a best case scenario for us, worst case scenario for the town. It was an engineered location of where that road was, an early on attempt of this is where we really need this to go. Would you be willing to consider giving us more land? Obviously, that land that this guy has acquired is all part of conservation easement. And this kind of goes into my next point here of what this property owner has, as far as the resources that he has. This whole property is undevelopable. The town was a part of a very long negotiation that this developer was asked, was the same developer for Friendship Station, and we were involved with the state's IRT group, which it's the group that kind of heads how we handle these conservation easements. And through a series of negotiations, it was worked out that a corridor would be released from the conservation easement for the future construction of Richardson Road. So there's no secrets as to what this property owner has to develop. The benefit to him getting more acreage in a land swap is offsite RCA, is always something in his back pocket. It's happened before, other folks could approach that person. Maybe a different site doesn't have enough RCA, they could purchase land from this person for offsite RCA. So it's not meaningless land that he has gained back. However, there will never be a situation, and I don't want to speak in absolutes either, so I guess I should say I don't believe there would ever be a situation where the PUD that you see today would come in as a greater assemblage with this property, because that person has zero incentive to do so. The only money that he stands to gain from that land, other than offsite RCA, is the acquisition of right-of-way, presumably from the town. The bridge that we talked about, that's obviously the cost is one area, but for me as an engineer, if we were able to acquire land up to that point, that bridge section will start, because I was involved with, the IRT, and through that group, we had a super preliminary conceptual bridge design sent to us. The start of that bridge is very soon after that entrance. I am not prepared at this point to design a massive bridge crossing without any of the information on the south side of the conservation easement. So it gets into a really difficult design standpoint of where, elevation-wise, where does that bridge need to start in order to design it the right way? And Horton Ridge, the tie-in there is going to be critical. So from just a engineer standpoint, this road, knowing where that road is needs to be for the conservation easement crossing. Horton Ridge can tie into that wherever it needs to be. If we go through and we just kind of just make some assumptions on where that bridge needs to be, we could create bigger costs for the town down the road. Maybe we've added, dozens of, I don't know, throw out a number, but, maybe we've added length to the bridge because we started it too high or something. We were conservative, so now we've added costs down the road. I understand the concern when we spoke about all this before. I do not want to downplay the issue of that gap being there. However, to the south of the conservation easement, again, at one point I had this in my notes, there are, I think it was like 18 or so different parcels, somewhere in that range of bigger parcels on the south side of the conservation easement. I don't think that the town, whether we took the road to here or to here, I don't think the town would be interested in budgeting for that bridge section to just stop right there and go nowhere. To speculate, again, I'm not trying to predict the future here, but I would presume that the order of things would probably be that an assemblage would happen on the south side of the conservation easement in that large lot subdivision, much like Friendship Station brought Richardson Road a couple thousand feet to this point. Maybe that development brings Richardson Road to this point. At that point, maybe it's a different conversation with the town. All they're looking at now, yes, it's a bridge, yes, it's expensive, yes, they have right of way, but that might connect a huge corridor of Richardson Road. So the difference of stopping it here versus stopping it here does not change the gap. That will still be there. Like Shelley said, what we are providing the town as a benefit is 500 of that roughly 900 feet of Richardson Road to alleviate some of the cost on the town in the future. If this rezoning does not go through, the only thing that I could see happening is that in a scenario where that develops and the town's ready for that bridge connection to be done, that now they have an additional 500 feet to acquire right away and to build. A wise man once quoted a wise man about. Better to have, more, something than nothing. And I don't want you to take that as me diminishing the concern here, because I definitely understand it. I understood it with Yellow Bridge. I understand it with Hatcher, with the transit trail thing. The fact of the matter is we are not in control of that parcel. We don't own it. The developer approached that property owner enough times to where he wrote a letter saying, essentially, leave me alone. I'm not interested in selling. That's really where our conversation ends with it, because we can't force that person's hands. The question then goes back to you all as far as, is the merit of this rezoning of this PUD standing on itself, is it worth it? And I don't want to just continue to plagiarize, but Mr. Barron earlier said, he likes to speak on right use, right location. This is an infill project. It's the last remaining really piece of this kind of greater Friendship Station area. We've got new development to the west. We've got new development to the north. We have conservation easement to the south. We have the school to the east. There's a little area that backs up to this large lot, Fairfield subdivision, and we have that stubbed out. But apart from that, this is infill. It ties directly into Friendship Station sections 1 and 2, which is a townhome development. The PUD doesn't specify the layout, but it specifies where road connections are going to be. You can sort of visualize where this, the layout would blend seamlessly in. If the developer were originally able to acquire this land when he did the bigger Friendship Station assemblage, this would have been included. It would have been part of Friendship Station. That property owner was not willing to sell at that point, and that's why we are where we are today. Part of the reason that the developer even pursued this land in recency was because there was it was complicated, but there was an existing access easement because this parcel used to be landlocked. So the only way this owner used to get down there was from, I think it was a 30-foot access easement that did not follow the location of Richardson Road now. It kind of cut through really the backyard and clipped through some of the townhomes in Friendship Station. So we got into a really kind of a mess when we were going for construction drawing approval of we might need to do some weird phasing where we hold off a couple buildings because legally speaking, we had to provide this access easement to this person that didn't even live there. The developer was able to, at that point, negotiate and come to an agreement with that person. Incentive on his end was, number one, developable land, but number two, it cleaned up that access easement. He can now say, I don't need that access easement. There's no home there. We'll build Richardson Road the way it was designed. There's a lot of history out here. The developer, my client, was involved with a lot of the assembling out here. We look at this as the final piece of the puzzle. We would love your support. I think, from an environmental standpoint, affordability, we've gone, the only thing that we, like Shelley mentioned, the one pet waste station, we're offering 3 instead of 4. That's kind of just a pragmatic look at the layout itself. And I think 4 was kind of just arbitrarily thrown out there. I could see very specifically 3 good locations for one, and the 4th one, it would just probably be along the side of the street, kind of just randomly, just because we had to. So it's not a big deal. If we had to go up to 4, we could go up to 4. The solar kind of goes back to sort of a fair and equitable type argument of 29 out of 75 townhomes we didn't feel was consistent with some of the other rezonings that we see in this area and around town. So, we offered that 5% range, which was 4 units, presumably 1 4-unit building would be solar. Apart from that, there's a lot of benefit to this. There's greenway connections. We bumped up the RCA requirement from 30% to 35%. We added the 220-volt outlets in the garages voluntarily. I think that from a density standpoint, land use standpoint, we're well in line with everything in the surroundings. It's the right use for this area. I know Richardson Road is the hanging point here. So I wanted to make those points clear because again, I've thought about this to no end, and I really feel like we've done the best we can. We're not robbing the town of something that we, knew about or anything. It's just, this is what we're left with. So I'll drop it. I'll open up to any questions, but that's my spiel.
All right.
I know when we first talked about this a long time ago.
It has been a while.
That this was something we talked about as well, the
Mhm.
continuation of Richardson Road. And I know at that point I basically said, hey, reach out again, just to see. I'm glad to hear that you reached out again. And I'm sorry that negotiations were shut down, basically, at that point. We are getting 500 feet of road here, along with this, to be, for the town. I think there's a lot of decent things going on here, the increase in RCA, the dedication to, habitat or, as well. And there's not a whole lot you can do with this piece of property. And it's consistent with what's around there. So I think I'll support it.
Any more questions for? Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. Go ahead and open up public hearing for comments for this item 5 and 6. No one has signed up to speak. I'll close it. It's back to council for discussion.
I'm torn. I'm trying to pull up the packet, but the iPad keeps crashing. I guess the packet's getting too big here. No, but I believe there's a school capacity issue here, right? Trying to pull up the letter at the bottom.
I think high school is okay.
It's okay, middle and.
So elementary and middle school. So I'm, tempted to ask for a 55-plus restriction on the community, and or at least what does the rest of the surrounding it's called Friendship Station have in terms of 55-plus products that could be built, but at the same time, like, it's very close to schools, so it feels weird to put a 55-plus community like next to, even if the schools are full, it's like still you're next to some schools, so why would you? That's a good place for kids to live. But I'm concerned about the school capacity issues here, and there's an argument to be made. Maybe this, if we got a mess with Richardson Road, we can delay this and 78 homes and the additional student capacity till sometime down the road.
Well, I'll say I've been fixated 6 months ago about the connection between Horton Ridge and Richardson, not just because of vehicle traffic, but because Horton Ridge Boulevard has a very long and connecting side path that connects to all these developments. And so the dream I have in my head is that all these kids from Healand, all these kids from these developments, we'll walk to school, and that would be the perfect route to go up there. So I asked about like an easement or like a right-of-way kind of easement thing, not even building it. That was the ask, I guess. And my personal opinion is we don't need this development. And if the next person comes and they've done the whole connection, then the town is gonna be better off overall. I'm not sure that's in the future, but like a denial and thinking about what the future could be with this development, it could include that or not. But like we kind of approval of this means that we're never going to get that connection without us doing it ourselves, both to Horton Ridge and the bridge is going to be us anyway, but like to Horton Ridge at least, I think will be on the town guaranteed because of where it's located. So that it's going to be a mess, and just how important that is for pedestrians and cars is what gets me and makes it so important to me.
Horton Ridge specifically connecting?
It connects all the way to Healand and then down to the one that's already there.
Chapel Ridge goes over to.
No. Well, the Greenway goes from Chapel Ridge to this, but then the other neighborhood. What's the other neighborhood that's already been built?
Woodbury,
Woodbury,
connects
yeah.
to Retreat at Friendship, which was the Healand PUD.
Yes.
But there's a gap.
There is a gap. I acknowledge the gap. I'll
Yeah.
acknowledge the gap.
Yeah.
Another gap, but that one I think is
The Olive
more
property.
achievable than this gap, personally, because it's not near the creek as much.
So what are you suggesting? Like, what would a better project be? Because it seems like this is configured to the point where the other property owner just wants to keep on to the chunk that needs an easement. And what would make him change his mind and combine that with this? Like, what incentive does he have? Like, they have an incentive to ask him.
Yeah.
He could just say, no, I'm just gonna wait for my check whenever they build Richardson, which could be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road.
I don't know what kind of money you're talking about, but money talks, I guess, from us or from the developer. But it's going to be it's going to be us it's gonna be us guaranteed if this gets approved, I think. What?
15 acres.
Well, I just want that little piece, the little rectangle there. That's all I want for the town, for the road.
They'll probably sell it to you for the right price.
Yeah, I don't know how much it'd be, but it'd be a lot. So we guarantee, I think, town be on the hook. I think we would be guarantee it, so that's why I'm a no.
Well, I mean, without talking too much about property that we don't know is gonna be sold and when it's gonna be sold, I mean, yeah, it would be great if that were to happen. And I certainly won't speak too much on it because, you know, there are a number of things that are still within our availability as a town to take action with regard to how we want to develop things that are for the public good. And there's other options that may be available to the owner. I've got to look at this on its merits by the parcel, and when I look at it, it's still meeting all the things that we want. Worst case scenario is this, you know, it doesn't help us with regard to school capacity, but I do think that that's something that's an ongoing working problem and is something that we'll have to keep working with the school district on in terms of, you know, getting folks to understand that, you know, year-round schools are an option and an availability. And I think that's something that can help alleviate a little bit of the strain. You know, big plug for year-round schools. My kids are in them. It's a good thing. You know, so I'm not just talking this out of my backside. I'm talking as a parent of a Lufkin middle school kid who's gone through Laurel Park and has done this thing. So I think I say that to say that there's solutions. So when I look at this, you know, on its own merits, getting affordable housing, getting EV charging, and getting the things that we ask our developers to come before us with. So I have a hard time saying no when we constantly push and say, we say no unless we get these things, and then somebody actually gave us these things. So I can support this.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
The annexation.
Annexation.
Annexation and the rezoning.
All right, we got a motion and a second to approve. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, so we've got a 2-2. I get to participate tonight.
All right, there it is, finally.
All right, absolutely. All right, I respect all of the information given and discussion here by all my colleagues, and obviously there's advantages and disadvantages of this project, and I'm kind of in agreement with Councilman Gray and talking about the wise men, and you know, getting what you can get now, and that's where I'm at with it. And I think the developer has gone above and beyond to try to meet us where we are, and looking at the affordable housing and all the other things that we're asking for as a town as far as priorities. I'm in agreement with approving it, so my vote is yes. Right. So motion passes. 32. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
All right. Does anybody need a break? All right, roll. All right. All right, public hearing number 7, rezoning case 22CZ20.
Oh, okay. Good.
Getting closer to the end. The next project in front of you is called the Preserve at Holt. As y'all may be aware, Holt Road is on the northernmost edge of the town's jurisdiction. This property is between two pieces of the courtyards on Holt. It measures about 4.9 acres or so. It is currently entirely wooded. Well, there's a little piece that's not wooded where there used to be a house. There is a large stream that runs through here. It used to connect to a pond that used to be right here. Ran this way. It is currently zoned rural residential, and the applicant is proposing to rezone it to medium-density conditional zoning. 2045 land use map designates it as medium-density residential, so this is consistent with the land use map. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on September 14th, 2022. That meeting report is attached to your staff report. Wake County Public Schools gave us their letter of impact, and that indicated that high schools within the current assignment area are anticipated to have insufficient capacity in the future. However, school expansion within the next 5 years or construction may address those concerns. The applicant is proposing the following uses. Those are single-family residential, botanical gardens, greenway, park active, park passive, and recreation facility private. They've included the following conditions. The maximum number of single-family detached units will be 4. Front setbacks shall be 20 feet. The project shall extend the existing Elk River Drive, so this road, which looks like a cul-de-sac, but is actually a stub street with a turnaround. So it will extend that existing right-of-way. The resulting extension will end in a cul-de-sac greater than 600 feet. That's the current limit in the UDO, so this condition allows them to go past that UDO requirement. This project shall not provide the UDO required 1 off-street parking space near the CBU, the mail kiosk essentially. Instead, the mail kiosk will be located outside of the public right-of-way and behind the public sidewalk, and the sidewalk will connect all the lots to the CBU location. A 5-foot sidewalk shall not be provided along Holt Road thoroughfare. Pedestrians will have sidewalk access to Holt Road through the courtyards on Holt subdivision and the future Greenway Trail. The developer shall dedicate all the right-of-way needed along Holt Road based on the ultimate 3-lane curb and gutter typical section of an 80-foot right-of-way. So that's 40 feet from the center line of the road on their side. The project will also provide a 20-foot type B landscape buffer between this site and the courtyards on Holt. Courtyards provided a 10-foot buffer, so that'll be a total of 30 feet from one house to the next. The development shall also provide public greenway easements as reflected in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. They'll provide 1 pet waste station for the community and 1 sign to reduce pet waste. They'll preserve a minimum of 50% of the existing tree canopy. A minimum of 75% of the species native, all of the landscaping installed, a minimum of 75% of those shall be species native to the eastern U.S. All of the single-family detached homes shall be pre-configured with conduit for a future solar system. A solar system will be installed on at least 2 of the 4 homes within the development. That will be a minimum of 4 kilowatt capacity. Warm season grasses shall be used for drought tolerance. And then they've also included several of the standard architectural conditions that we typically see. Those conditions are consistent with the conditions that were adopted with the courtyards on Holt when that was rezoned. Per the UDO, so this particular development is unusual in that we don't normally see 4-lot subdivisions come before the council. So the UDO actually has a requirement that was codified in order to make it clear what the town feels is appropriate based on the Supreme Court's rough proportionality test. That test basically means that the amount of an exaction or requirement by the town has to roughly correspond to the burden that the proposed development places on local government. By clearly stating a threshold, in this case, 4 lots or less being exempt from road improvements and right-of-way dedication, by clearly stating that threshold, the UDO takes that out of staff's hands as far as an interpretation issue. That wasn't always the case. At one point, we had to look at these individually and make recommendations based on that. This decision was made in order to make it more equitable across the board. So the UDO exempts this particular site from having to provide sidewalk, curb and gutter, and right-of-way dedication. The developer has already agreed to provide us with the right-of-way. They provided a specific condition for that, but they cannot afford to build the sidewalk or the curb and gutter for that section of Holt Road. When I spoke with Russell about this early in the process, the town's, the costs that the town was getting when we were trying to install sidewalk came out to about $150,000 for this one section of sidewalk, the length that's shown here. And that's divided amongst 4 houses. That's a very significant burden, and is one of the reasons why we have this section in the ordinance to make it clear what's excessive and what's still acceptable. The sidewalk is called for per the bike and pedestrian system plan map. We did request that a condition be added just so that we could double check and make certain that it was something that the applicant was unable to provide. You never walk away without asking. And they said straight up that was just not something they were able to provide. Because of that, staff is fine. Staff understands that they can't afford to make those conditions or those connections and improvements. As far as connectivity goes, the UDO also requires that any proposed development connect with adjacent stub streets. Stub street connections shall be provided to all existing and planned stub streets on adjacent properties. So the developer is required to connect to Elk River Drive regardless of whether they connect to Holt Road or not as well. Due to the location of the streams and riparian buffers on this property, the developer can't construct a connection to Holt Road that aligns with Howell Road. So this is Howell. And the stream buffer actually goes up to right about here or so. This is the same problem that the courtyards on Holt would have had if they had been able to purchase this land. Epcon attempted to purchase the land but wasn't able to come to an agreement with the property owner about how much he wanted to charge for it. And even if they had, they wouldn't have been able to make this connection across the street from Howell Road because there's a stream in the middle of it. Since there's less than 400 feet of distance available for a new street connection between Howell Road and north of Howell Road, between the northern property line and here, the most that would be permitted would be a right-in, right-out, and only if they were able to achieve acceptable site distance and get approval from NCDOT. Holt Road is a DOT road, so they would have to get that approval from them. There's significant topography and curve changes along this road that make it difficult to get enough site distance. Traffic engineering staff received input from NCDOT and concurs that extending the existing street without an additional connection to Holt Road is the preferred option. Given that the proposal in combination with the existing subdivision meets the UDO requirements for a thoroughfare and avoids additional points of conflict on higher speed roadways. During one of the earlier rezonings, we heard the question from someone, well, why is it okay for that earlier one to connect to the road and not this one? The difference is this road has a stub street connecting to it. If this property did not have a stub street connecting to it, we would have to allow a connection to Holt Road, and it would be subpar and not nearly as safe. Because this one does have a stub street though, the safer alternative is to have it connect to that stub street instead of directly to Holt Road. The UDO does list a maximum cul-de-sac length, which is 600 feet. The applicant has proposed to exceed that. After evaluating the options, it became clear that a zoning condition would be needed either for either to exceed the cul-de-sac length or to reduce the minimum intersection spacing for right-in, right-out, which is normally 500 feet, like Russell was said at the earlier project. In this case, staff supports the condition to exceed the maximum cul-de-sac length because we judged it to be the safer of the two options. The speeds on the local road on Elk River Drive are much slower than the speeds on Holt Road. So if we added another connection to Holt Road, the likelihood would be that if an accident occurs there, it'll be at a much higher rate of speed than it would be if a small accident occurs on Elk River Drive. That's not saying that we want accidents to happen anywhere at all, but if it's gonna happen on a 25-mile-an-hour road, people are much more likely to survive it than if it happens on a 45 or 55-mile-an-hour road. The fire marshal was also included in the zoning review and asked directly if he's concerned with the additional proposed length. He stated that he was not. Staff considers that the challenging topography and road geometry on Holt Road makes it difficult to see oncoming traffic, and drivers regularly exceed the speed limit there. It's also a highly traveled road that serves 2 different towns. Unless a second zoning conditions proposed, the developer is already required to connect to Elk River Drive. And if the road connected to Holt Road as well, it would increase the likelihood of accidents at that intersection, as well as providing an excellent option for cut-through traffic for this neighborhood. What may not be understood is that since they have to connect to Elk River Drive, if they also connect to Holt Road, that means that the likelihood of them and their neighbors coming in off of Holt Road and traveling down Elk River Drive is much higher than if it's just ending in a cul-de-sac. There's no place for people to go if it's ending in a cul-de-sac here. In addition, instead, staff supports adding the 4 single-family homes to the existing road, which is a local residential road with a speed limit of 25 miles an hour. After our housing staff met with the applicant concluded that providing on-site affordable housing units on this development was not financially feasible based on the economics of their development. Due to the applicant's analysis of their pro forma, staff concluded it's not recommended to request on-site affordable housing units in this development. There's also a minimum unit number for providing affordable housing in the draft plan, and this falls below that minimum requirement.
What's that number?
I think that it's 20 units, but I could be wrong about that. The developer did meet with the Environmental Advisory Board on August 18th, 2022. The page 5 of your staff report lists all of the zoning conditions that they recommended. There were 10 or more. They included all but 3 of those conditions. One of those, I'll just read out the 3 that were not included. One was to replace any trees greater than 12 inches in diameter on site that will be removed based on the development. It's just not feasible to do on site, and the town doesn't have any alternative locations that we can recommend at this point. Plus, 12 inches is much smaller than we typically see, so the applicant provided the 50% canopy preservation instead. The EAB also requested that tree clearing, SCMs, and infrastructure not be placed in either zone of the riparian buffer, except as necessary for town utilities or greenway construction. The developer's actually hoping to stay under the threshold that would typically require SCMs. They're hoping to stay at 12% impervious surface, which means that they would not be required to provide SCMs of any kind, which is why they didn't add that condition. And then the EAB also recommended increasing the stormwater reduction requirements to the 25-year storm. Again, they're not planning to build any SCMs. They're hoping to keep this at a very low impervious surface amount. So that's why they didn't add those to this particular project. Again, this project is too small to go to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Council, so they will be providing fee in lieu. Planning staff recommends approval as proposed by the applicant. And Planning Board held a public hearing on the December 12th meeting. By a vote of 6-2, the board recommended approval. The board did ask that a note be given to Town Council to look into compatible aesthetic characteristics between this project and the courtyards in Holt. There were 2 dissenting opinions that were included in your staff reports. Staff double-checked the zoning conditions for the courtyards on Holt and for this project, and almost all of the same architectural conditions were included on this project's zoning conditions and the courtyards on Holt. The lot size, lot width, and building setbacks on this project, all of the building setbacks are actually greater on this project, so there'll be more space around each home. The minimum lot width is the same for both projects, and the maximum building height is the same as well. So they are, as far as zoning conditions and things that staff can actually control, they are compatible in terms of what staff can actually control at this point. Since the planning board meeting, the applicant has actually offered to add the following condition. It was discussed at planning board, but not drafted until afterwards. They're adding a condition that would prohibit traffic through Elk River Drive until after all but one of the units is constructed. The condition says, pending review and approval by NCDOT, all construction traffic shall use a temporary construction entrance or exit from Holt Road located in proximity of the existing driveway. So I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little section here that's cleared. That's approximately where the existing driveway is. Right about there. All house construction for lots 2 through 4 will use lot 1 as a staging area. Lot 1 is expected to be roughly in that area. And all construction traffic associated with the building on said lots shall access from that temporary construction access. No construction traffic shall access Elk River Drive until such time as required for the construction of curb and initial asphalt to provide smooth connections to the existing service. While construction activities associated with utility tie-ins and grading may encroach on Elk River Drive as necessary, all construction vehicles required to complete this work will enter from the temporary access easement. Upon completion of house construction for lots 2 through 4, the temporary access drive shall be closed and all construction traffic shall use the public right-of-way. Staff recommends approval as shown, and planning board recommended as well. Just to give you an idea, Mr. Gant called and spoke to me, I think it was last week or maybe Monday, to ask what this developer would be permitted to do right now if they were allowed to develop and the rezoning were turned down. Without rezoning, the developer has about 1.78 acres of developable land, so outside of the riparian buffers and the wetlands. The entire parcel is 4.9 acres, so that just gives you an idea. It's about 3.2, it's 2 to 1 almost, of what's in easements or what's in riparian buffers and wetlands as opposed to what can actually be built on. Under the current zoning, the developer would only be allowed to get 1 house out there because the current zoning requires an average of 1 acre of buildable area. The driveway would be permitted to connect either to Elk River Drive or to Holt Road, given the existing driveway. That's assuming that NCDOT is fine with that one. They would not be required to provide any perimeter buffers, any RCA, any environmental conditions or architectural conditions. We would not be able to get a sewer extension, the greenway easements that they're proposing, or any right-of-way dedication. They also still would not have to provide any improvements along Holt Road. And they would not be required to preserve 50% of the tree canopy as well. So, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, the applicant is here as well.
Can I ask you about the sewer extension?
Mm-hmm.
What does that do?
It provides us with a sewer line that connects from roughly about here in Courtyards out over to this side of the road, over to Holt Road, so that we can eventually run sewer line and connect it down Howell Road we need to.
Howell, okay, so it sets Howell up. And otherwise, there'd be some kind of arrangement needed to go a different route.
It would probably have to go through Middleton, the portion of Middleton that's on this side of the road.
Okay.
And actually, there is a stub on that side, but this would allow the two to link up so that we don't have stagnant water anywhere in there, and so that everything can flow more easily.
And just for clarification, Holt Road, it's this NCDOT road. I know we've received some emails with the question of, can we lower the speed limit on Holt?
I think because it's a DOT road, that DOT has to do that. Is that correct, Russell?
Correct.
Okay, Chris is nodding his head, so.
I mean, any resident that has that concern can petition DOT directly, and so the town would take advisement from NCDOT, but it's a state ordinance, so we don't have control over that. That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Good evening, good late evening, sorry. My name is Phil Cuck with Earth Centric Engineering, and we're out of Mebane. It's a pleasure to be here. It's the first time I think I've been to Apex, so nice to meet you all. A couple of things that I did want to point out, and I really do appreciate Shelley. The planning staff has been great to work with. They've provided a lot of information, and this has not been an easy project. It's a small site. You would think it would be something that could be handled very quickly, but it's got a lot of complications. One of those complications is, in fact, the stream that goes through the site, which actually has some side wetlands that come off of it. Because of that, that creates a huge section of riparian buffer that's required on this site, and one of the reasons why it essentially reduces the site, the buildable area on the site down below 2 acres on what is almost a 5-acre site. One of the advantages to that is that we're able to keep more trees. We're able to turn around, and also there's a section on the far side, the southern side of the stream, that we frankly cannot really access, so that will remain also treed. One of the advantages to that is then it also provides the advantage of getting the greenway to go through that. We have worked with the greenway staff to kind of route the greenway through so it can cross along the stream and match up pieces so that we get rid of the gap that would be in the neighboring property, the courtyards, and over to Holt Road. So they will actually be, at some point, bringing that through. We would do a payment in lieu for that. That created its own set of problems because the requirements for the greenway itself are actually fairly extensive as far as the width of the greenway trail and the impervious area there. In order to maintain what is a pretty low impervious requirement in order to prevent doing SCMs, because we do not want to do an SCM. We want to actually reduce the amount of impervious area. We actually had to accommodate the trail itself as part of our impervious calculation. So we're talking about 12% maximum impervious on the site. That includes the cul-de-sac bulbs, the sidewalks, the roofs, the driveways, and the trail. So we've already taken that into account in order to try and minimize the actual damage to the environment in this area. It's a relatively attractive area. The owner is actually planning on living here. The person who purchased the property, he's intending to build for himself and 2 others of his own direct relations in that area. So the owner is actually planning on living on site. So this is not a developer coming in, buying a piece of property, just developing something out and walking away. So he's got a vested interest in being here and also turning around and having a good relationship with the neighborhood. We do want to maintain this idea of the cul-de-sac rather than try and tie out the Holt Road, because Holt Road is in fact a dangerous connection there. We have looked at that section ourselves. If you look at Holt Road in that area, it drops away pretty quickly. There's some pipes that would need extension in order to actually get a proper sidewalk extension all along there. As you'll notice, the length along Holt Road is actually quite large in comparison to the width of the actual property. So the cost to actually put in a sidewalk or do road improvements there is far beyond what the developer is capable of doing with 4 lots. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions that come up. So I think Shelley covered pretty much everything that I would normally cover, and given that it's late, I'm going to make it easy and I'll shut up until you have questions.
All right, any questions?
I guess I have one. I was on the town council when we approved Courtyards on Holt, and I pitched a fit about the sidewalk. I wanted them to connect the sidewalk with this gap they were leaving, and I nearly derailed the project. I mean, in hindsight, I should have over that sidewalk gap. And so, I guess I'm saying, were you guys aware when the project started that that was at least a strong desire from someone who was still on the council? And I got assurances, by the way, it's like, you know, it'll get built with the future development. We just don't know when. That was kind of the discussion was that. Maybe that was they couldn't guarantee that, but that was what I heard. And now to see this and see that sidewalk gap still persist is infuriating. And so I'm wondering if you have thoughts.
We were not aware of that at the time. So that came up after the owner or the developer purchased the property. So we were not aware of that, and we're not anticipating that being an issue. So.
My infuriation is not just, it's like, the whole road is crucial to have a sidewalk on, and we've got a lot of it now with these developments. And so this persisting is just, is not good. And it'll be on the town to do it, and who knows how it's gonna fall under prioritization. And I value doing our prioritization in a way that like, it's fair. And I suspect this will be kind of low, not the lowest, but like, so then we're stuck with no sidewalk for who knows how long until the town ponies up. And that's just not a good situation in my opinion.
I understand what you're saying. One of the problems with actually even trying to develop just the sidewalk out there is that the grade itself is not conducive to it. You would actually have to fill out to the edge in order to bring that sidewalk on down, unless you took the sidewalk in along the existing road. And given the speed issues that are currently going on in the road, then you're suddenly putting pedestrians in a much more dangerous situation along that roadway.
The previous guys did mention the difficulty in the sidewalk, and that was why they were so insistent.
Remember the topography being a big
Right,
It
they did.
It is quite.
And I was like, complicated, okay, and off-site, all those things together, I was like, okay, fine. But I never anticipated in my wildest dreams that it would be still not happening in the next time when it actually does develop. So that's my thoughts about that part of the zoning. And I wish I could have shown some video to somebody, you know, from 2019 to be like, okay,
Sure.
This is what was said, but okay.
And that being said, we understand, and honestly, you know, it came to a point where we had to kind of decide what can actually be built. We can get the sewer extension done, and we're putting in that sewer extension along there. We can give the right of way for the greenway and do the payment in lieu, and we can give up the right of way along Holt Road for the future extension and widening of the road. We just don't have for 4 lots, that's a huge burden to put on each of those lots to cover, you know, we're talking $150,000 just for that extension of the sidewalk. I would bet that would be more if you actually take into account the extension of the pipes that you would have to extend and the fill that you would have to put in the area where it's supposed to be by the DOT widening requirements.
Was there a discussion point to be had ever at any point that's to say, well, why don't we build a few more lots further infuriate the neighbors, but the sidewalk would be required and go in. Was that ever discussed?
What would have ended up happening in doing that is actually increasing the impervious to the point where you would do quite a bit of additional work to destroy the buffers at that point. So there was a lot of trade-off in looking at those things. In fact, one of the conditions, and I don't remember, Shelley, whether you brought it up, but one of our conditions is we're not gonna have accessory dwellings on the site in order to maintain this under the 12%. Because if you look at what's left, after you take into account the amount of impervious along the greenway, which I know that's in the future, but we still have to account for it now, you would not be able to actually put any accessory dwellings without having to turn around and go down to even fewer lots on the site.
Okay. But I think from the town's point of view, 15 or 20% impervious with the SEM is a better outcome than 12% and no SEM. Seems to me.
From an environmental
Yeah,
standpoint,
yeah.
that would not be the case.
I don't know. I think these SEMs do a lot of good especially for water quality.
Well, that can be argued in both ways, because one of the reasons why you go to a 12% and lower is you go to what's called a low impact development. What ends up happening in a low impact development, and the reason for that threshold being set, is it allows water to start to recharge into the area around it much quicker. So what happens is ultimately you get less overall coming off and turning around and going into the systems, because it gives it a chance to actually infiltrate into the groundwater around it, into the surface area and groundwater around it.
Okay.
So that's the purpose of that.
Thanks.
Have you talked, the HOA issues came up. Can you bring us up to speed about, have you talked to the HOA about potentially joining these lots there, or are you gonna form your own HOA?
Well, technically, we can't, while an HOA could be mirrored somewhat to look like what the HOA of Courtyards is, you can't actually tie them together that way. I mean, you can't turn around and make our HOA and their HOA the same, or one entity. It doesn't work that way.
Don't most covenants have a provision that if 66% of the homeowners vote, you can annex adjacent properties, and the property owner agrees, obviously?
That would have to be in discussion with the neighboring development.
I'm asking you, did you talk to them about it?
We have not talked with them about that particular issue.
Would you be willing to?
I assume we would be willing to do that if it's a discussion on HOA and maintenance of the roadways, et cetera. It would be part of that.
Sure. So, I mean, one of the big sticking points here is, compatibility, consistency between the two neighborhoods, between what you're building and between what they have. And I think joining their HOA, which I do believe would require, of course, their permission and the property owner's willingness, I think might go a long way to address that, in my opinion.
I can certainly address that with the, if you give me 5 minutes, I can go talk with the owner real quick.
Sure. So, no, I mean, he's talking about his client, not you guys.
You're right. I'm talking about with our client.
So that kind of leans to my other point, is that I think this should be a 55-plus community. It should follow the covenants and be compatible entirely with the Courtyard at Hull, which would require, that would be required if you join their HOA, because presumably their HOA has a covenant about 55-plus ownership, and that's my comment.
I think that would be difficult only from the standpoint of, he's talking about moving himself there and in his, two families that he is got connections with. But I can certainly ask him real quick if you want to recess for 5 minutes to allow me to do that.
Of course not. They want to comment and I think and head home soon.
Have you ever encountered a development that you've worked on where it's been 55 plus at the inside of the cul-de-sac, and then the end of the cul-de-sac is not 55 plus? It seems peculiar to me. I'm not sure if I've ever seen examples in Apex. I don't know. But have you worked on anything like that?
I have not worked on that personally, no. I mean, honestly, part of this is the nature of how this particular piece developed. I'll just be honest. You know, this is unfortunately an infill piece and a leftover piece that, you know, at some point down the line, the owner of this property, who was not willing to work with the other neighborhood, decided to sell the property. And the nature of it just has turned around into a situation where, honestly, the conditions of the riparian buffer, the cul-de-sac, the sanitary sewer requirement, the greenway requirement, have all played into this. And again, we're kind of back into one of these situations. We can give you as much as we can give you, and we're certainly happy to build the sewer extension. We're certainly happy to give the right-of-way that we can give. We're certainly happy to work with Parks and Rec, and we're certainly happy to maintain the canopy. And again, I kind of go back to the last case that we just spoke about, where these were things that were all asked of us, and we've tried to give everything that was asked of us in the ordinance that we can give. And in fact, we increased the buffer at one point along the northern side of the property at the request of the neighbors, because they wanted some additional space between, and to allow that to act as a separate neighborhood to some degree. Now you're asking me to join the neighborhoods back together.
I would say for 4 homes, I think joining and being completely compatible with the neighborhood would be my preference. I think having this separate entity, which is different with a big buffer, is less desirable in my opinion, since you asked.
Again, I'm happy to talk to the property owner who is here. But I would need 5 minutes to talk to him and find out his opinion regarding that.
Go ahead and do comments while you talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. All right, everybody good? Yeah. Sure. Okay, go ahead and open up public hearing for comments at this time, and we'll start with Don Azevedo.
It is a hard name to pronounce.
Yeah, I noticed I kind of faded out when the last name. It's intentional. So before you start, we have a total of 9 speakers signed up, so I just want to make sure everybody understands. Please monitor your comments, make sure they're not repetitive, so we can kind of move along. So thank you for that. So go ahead.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts about the rezoning request from Preserves at Holt. My name is Don Azevedo. I'm a new resident in Courtyards at Holt at 1358 Elk River Drive. My wife and I selected this 55-plus active adult community because of its intention for the needs of the people past child-raising age, accommodating our changing physical capacities and creating a positive community for folks in the later chapters of their lives. Following my presentation, 7 of my neighbors will present more detailed discussions of the ways in which the rezoning request negatively impacts our community. Let me be clear, we are not against the development of the land in some way that makes sense. We are opposed to the forced traffic from potentially 4 homes with multiple drivers in each home through Elk River Drive and Phillips Branch Road. I will briefly review the issues you will be presented by my neighbors. The land being considered for rezoning is restricted by wetlands and a stream. Although the developer mentions preserving more than the required 50% of the existing canopy, this statement may be a bit of a misdirection. Mr. Garr will go into more detail about the potential impacts. The numbers presented by the developer can be easily confusing. Mr. Mattina will describe the unique characteristics of this property and share some of the very real concerns about the environmental impact on the development as proposed. In the current proposal, the preserves becomes a cul-de-sac attached to the courtyards, as you have mentioned. It will not be apparent that it is a separate development at all. Mr. Pacioli will provide more detail on how this rezoning proposal creates many compatibility concerns, as the council has already mentioned. The residents of Courtyards on Holt selected this community because it was designed for people in the later stages of life. Dr. Perlmutter will describe how allowing the preserves to use this community as its access to Holt diminishes that value considerably and possibly completely. There are nearly a dozen entrances to communities from Holt Road. Mr. Ginsburg will discuss the traffic challenges created by granting the preserves access through courtyards. The current plan for the preserves is that the construction equipment will enter, although we have just heard that that will be changed, and that's wonderful. We're still concerned about that, and we would like more reassurance about it. The 55-plus citizenry has a set of needs that differ from the general populace. Mr. Braden was going to share with you his personal story of choosing the courtyards and Apex as his new home. Unfortunately, his wife has an acute illness that prevents him from being here. Mrs. Botts, though, has offered to read his statement. Forethought is a difficult skill to practice, as you all have mentioned several times. Hindsight is always easier and yet often impossible to correct. Thank you again for this opportunity to present these concerns to you. Ultimately, we ask that you reject this rezoning request as currently written and send it back to the developer and the Planning Commission for revision. The needs of the developer, our adjacent community, the environment, and the town's plan for growth require better balancing in any approach to the use of the land.
Thank you so much. Armando Gar.
Hello, my name is Armando Gar, 1339 Elk River Drive. It's late, we're tired, everybody wants to go home, so I'll be brief. I just want to talk about trees. Back in the pre-application review with the EAB and the applicant, they had several suggestions or recommendations. I just focus on two of them. One was to preserve 50% of the tree canopy. The other one was, like Shelley said, the other one was to plant a tree for every one that they cut. 12 inches diameter replaced with a 1.5 inch caliper. When the application for the preserve was presented, they only had the 50%. They didn't include the replacing the trees. As we know, and it wasn't mentioned, the 50% sounds very, very nice, but when you look at the property, a big chunk is occupied by wetlands and the creek buffer. There's a stream buffer. So what I did, I looked at the applicant's site map, the site plan, and when you look at the 4 houses, I took the 4 lots, and then I added the surface of the tree extension. So all that adds to 60,000 square feet, 60,432 square feet. And we know it's 4.9 acres, the whole property, 4.9263, something like that, acres. That's 214,000 square feet. So if we divide this, 60,000 square feet over the 214,000 square feet, we get 28%. This 28% represents the area that can be developed, and it's going to be developed according to the plan. That means also that 72% cannot be developed. So when we're talking about 50%, maybe it's a low target. Now, this land that we have here, as you saw, it's covered with trees, mature trees. We have a permanent creek. It's not unusual to see foxes, deer, raccoons, all types of birds over there. It's a very valuable ecosystem that we have. So what we're asking is for you to help us preserve as much as we can from this ecosystem. To that end, I have 2 requests for your consideration. One is to preserve at least 70% of the existing tree canopy. And I think 50% is too low. The other one is that if you agree to have 4 houses built in this lot, and if those 4 houses are built, there's going to be. That's it? There's going to be a lot of space to plant trees. So my request was to follow the EAB request to plant 1 tree for everyone that's cut. and to plant them in this property, not around Apex. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gar. Thank you. Chuck Metino.
You guys having fun yet?
Yes, sir.
So my name is Chuck Matina, and I live at 1328 Elk River Drive, and I want to speak about the environmental concerns that we have about the property. I'm going to start with the builder has told you guys so far. One is that the design only adds 4 units on an almost 5-acre site, and the second, that design preserves more open space than is required. I want to help the council understand why we feel these are a little bit misleading. The property is 4.9 acres. No one disputes that. However, the claim that the property has a large area of open space is very misleading because of the wetlands and the stream that runs the length of the property. The UDO states that all developments on our low-density option have buffers for perennial streams with a width of about 100 feet, and intermittent streams need a buffer of no less than 50 feet. So as Armando said, when you subtract all this, or when all that adds up to 3.4 acres of land that cannot be developed by the builder. This is not open space. This is 3.8 acres of environmentally protected area. So that does leave about 1.5 acres of developable land. So this design does not add 4 units on a 5-acre site, as the builder states. The design adds 4 large homes and an oversized cul-de-sac on 1.5 acres. So the UDO also states that built-upon area for medium density development should not exceed 12% of the total lots area, which to us is 1.5 acres. The plans for preserve on the design include 25,000 square feet of impervious surface, which equals about 0.6 acres. Take the 0.6 over the 1.5, and you've got 40% of impervious surface on the land they actually can build on. The last thing I want to talk about is the builder also states that all stormwater drainage will run between lots 2 and 3 and discharge to the stream. That's what the builder says. Diverting all stormwater to the wetlands and stream would be in direct conflict with the town's commitment to control the adverse effects of increased post-development stormwater runoff associated with new development. It's also in conflict with the town's goal of minimizing sedimentation of streams. So we feel that the unique environmental restrictions of this property would indicate that maintaining the current RR zoning is the most appropriate zoning for the property. The right use, right location, we feel RR is the best for that. So for these reasons, we're asking the council to consider the real environmental impact of the proposed development and reconsider the rezoning from RR to MD. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephen Peccioli.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Steve Pacchioli. I reside at 1342 Elk River Drive. Thank you for introducing many of the points I was going to cover tonight. Nonetheless, let me begin by emphasizing that the proposed project provides virtually no physical separation or visual transition between the courtyards and the preserve. For all practical purposes, the preserve will be a cul-de-sac, immediately adjoining to our neighborhood, providing a clear line of sight to residences with a character that is highly incompatible with that of the courtyards, aesthetically, architecturally, operationally, and from a lifestyle standpoint. The courtyards feature 1-story ranch homes with consistent design and exterior construction materials throughout. Complementary models and colors, private patios, low-profile roof lines that accommodate second-level living spaces. All homes are of a similar height. We've not seen the elevations intended for the preserve, so we don't have insight into the exterior materials or colors to be used, but we are obviously concerned that the preserve will visually clash with the aesthetic continuity of the courtyards. Likewise, we're concerned that the requested MD zoning will allow construction of homes with heights of up to 40 feet in the preserve. Such homes will tower over the existing courtyard homes. The courtyards have a covenant that restricts the use of our properties, and committees that must evaluate and approve architectural changes and landscape enhancements. Trailers, storage bins, swing sets, and similar items are prohibited on home sites and common areas. Lawn and landscape maintenance is required and performed consistently through our HOA. We know that the preserves covenant will not even restrict the construction of accessory dwelling units, which can be aesthetically displeasing, unappealing, excuse me. We are unclear
on whether the preserve will have maintenance requirements, or a committee to govern future architectural changes. Without appropriate controls, the level of compatibility between the developments will likely decrease over time. The sight lines and privacy levels on the patios of the two homes adjacent to the preserve would be drastically impacted by this project. So we agree it's essential that any development completed in the preserve provide for a type B landscape buffer of at least 20 feet over and above the buffers that already exist along the adjacent courtyards lots. The prints that we've seen only reflect the landscape buffer of 10 feet. Shelley has indicated that that might be 20 feet. Perhaps that's been amended since our last meeting, but we'd ask you to keep that point in mind. I'll close by thanking you for your time. We appreciate your consideration of our concerns as you contemplate your vote. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir. All right, Donald Perlmutter.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I appreciate your time and attention tonight. My name is Dr. Don Perlmutter, and I reside at 1362 Elk River Drive, and I'd like to address the issue of the vulnerability of our residents. Imagine, if you will, elderly residents moving slowly and cautiously on their street, some on walkers and wheelchairs. They may be on their way to the neighborhood community center and pool, maybe walking their dog or picking up the mail. Consider also elderly drivers, many of whom have impaired vision or hearing, and pulling slowly out into their driveways. Now, I understand as of tonight that our concerns about construction traffic can be much reduced, and we're very grateful for that, but we still feel that the increased traffic along our street will present a greater risk to our vulnerable residents. The risk does not end with construction. It's predictable that we'll experience at minimum a 30% increase in traffic volume. This is based on the number of structures proposed by preserves versus the number of residences currently on Elk River, and the younger demographic likely in preserves. Courtyard on Holt is a planned 55-plus community. Preserves is not. Once Preserves is populated, there'll be an increased volume of vehicles, some commercial, some residential, and possibly including distracted teenage drivers. Furthermore, when construction of courtyards concludes, Gilwood Drive will connect the Middleton subdivision to our community. It's reasonable to assume that Middleton residents who desire easier access to Cary will use Phillips Branch through courtyards as a connector. This will compound the traffic issue of increased volume flowing to and from Elk River and creating an even greater safety issue. The Planning Committee decided that egress on Elk River is preferable to egress on Holt. We strongly disagree with that short-sighted assessment because it places our most vulnerable residents at greater risk. They must continue to be able to drive and walk our streets safely. We're asking Council to deny egress for preserves through Elk River Drive. Keep Elk River Drive closed through traffic. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Larry Ginsberg.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, hello, my name is Larry Ginsberg, and I live at 1324 Elk River Drive in the existing cul-de-sac. I'm hoping that you will consider listening to the 29 courtyards on Holt existing homeowners in Elk River Drive and the neighboring streets. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission did not. Most of us on this block here have lived here for almost a year, and that year we've had to live with construction traffic for more than 6 months. We waited almost 3 months for a street lamp to be fixed, and we are still waiting for our clubhouse and pool to open, as well as the final paving of our street. Now we are being asked to live with more construction, so as much as another year because the construction may take that long. And Elk River will be the easiest access point. But what about Holt Road? The town planners at the Planning Committee acknowledged that egress could be either Elk River Drive or Holt Road, but chose Elk River Drive because potential accidents at 25 miles per hour are preferable to accidents at 45 miles per hour. Hard to believe this analysis was used to make a decision. Logically, shouldn't the traffic exiting any of the developments along Holt Road have the same concern? There is nothing different about exiting from the preserves as any other development along the street. There have been 0 traffic studies related to the preserve's egress off Holt Road, just the gut feeling of the town officials and some planning board members that Holt Road was problematic and that Elk River Drive was less so. After all, it is only 4 houses, is a statement made by the Planning Commission meeting. This group does not care this change would affect 21 existing homeowners that already exist on Elk River Drive. There are currently 11 street entrances for Apex developments along Holt Road, as well as 6 personal driveways. There would be nothing unique about another entrance for the preserves on the whole community. No development is forced to go through another community, so each community has a unique entry or exit onto Holt Road. This separates each community from the other ones and allows them to have their own character. We know this is a unique property, but that is why it was zoned the way it was. So why should preserves be given special status to change and affect the character of Courtyard? As I mentioned before, our pool and clubhouse at Courtyard has not been released to our homeowners. This same planning commission had a say in that facilities. We had to wait for some heater on our pool, even though the outside temperature was 90 degrees. The clubhouse couldn't open because lights were installed in the parking lot. We asked if we could conditionally use it during daylight hours. Again, these were denied. The planning commission would not allow our request for deviations, but they are bending over backwards for the current request. Again, our residents are the ones that suffer from these decisions, not the builder. Consider what you've already heard. The only decision you probably can make is to deny the change of the zoning and to have if they're going to have that development, have it on Holt Road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Martin Tenenbaum.
Good evening. My name is Martin Tenenbaum. I live at 1329 Elk River Drive. Good evening to everybody, and good evening especially to my fellow homeowners on Elk River Drive. Although my topic has been modified already by the agreement of not having construction go through Elk River immediately, it still is a potential problem because they're talking about going through Holt Road in the primary stages, but later on, eventually going through Elk River Drive. Elk River Drive, well, basically my most basic concern was that there has been no real evaluations about what they're doing with the property. There's been no studies of the actual and positive negative impact that running construction materials and machinery through our Elk River Drive might have. The damage expected, the possible negative impact, and the heavy delivery trucks and machines might have on just completed roadway, the house foundations, etc. Our houses are built on cement slabs. The cement slabs have only been there for roughly 2 years. Ours on Elk River Drive have been there 2 years, others are less, but the impact that would happen with heavy construction material, heavy construction trucks, delivery trucks, what impact would that have on our buildings, our houses? That's what's important. We are already there. You're evaluating based upon what hardships the new owners have, but what about our hardships? We have many hardships. If you look at Elk River Drive, it is not a very large street, okay? It is a small street, and I was just the other day looking at, we had some construction there because they're trying to repair the streets so that they can cover it and turn it over to the town of Apex. When there's one truck on the street, that's the entire traffic, unless you want to run over one of the workers. I mean, that could happen, but there's no way that two-way traffic could happen on that street. So if you're talking about bringing in construction trucks and all that material, it's going to cause an impossibility for who lives there already to live happily. And I don't understand why the fourth house that they're claiming they want to build needs to be delayed. Why can't they do it now with the construction trucks coming in from Elk River Drive? The point is, when we purchased our properties, it was a cul-de-sac. A lot of us purchased those particular properties because they were cul-de-sac and there was not going to be through traffic. And we didn't have to worry about being hit or anything of that nature. Now we're talking about putting 4 houses on the adjacent property and specifically requiring that development to come through ours. There's no other way out, provided that we know, we've been made aware of, out to Holt.
Thanks for your comments. Your time is up. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry I went over, I apologize.
You're good. Jenny Butts.
My name is Jenny Botts. I live at 1320 Elk River Drive, which is the very last house on the left-hand side before after cul-de-sac. What I'm going to do tonight is read for the Don Braden statement, because he's not here. You heard earlier his wife is in the hospital, and she has other health concerns that I think my reading what he wants to say is more important than what I had prepared to say. He lives at 1321 Elk River Drive, right across the street from me. This comes from Don's heart through my voice. Until January 2021, I lived in Richmond, Virginia, on a corner wooded lot that I loved. During our last years in the house, my wife's advanced Alzheimer's worsened, and I began to need more help than I had nearby. For example, she got lost and knocked on the neighbor's door thinking it was her own house. For that main reason, I decided to move to the Raleigh area, closer to my daughter and son-in-law, so that they could help me when I needed it. This allowed me to keep my wife at home and take care of her needs. I chose to move to Apex, and particularly into the courtyards on Holt, for 3 primary reasons. This was a 55-plus community. I could get a secluded cul-de-sac lot with tree view, and it was within 10 minutes from my family's support. He has come up with 3 basic reasons. Because of my time limit, I'm only going to go to the one I think is the most important, which is regarding the secluded cul-de-sac lot. Since my wife's diagnosis 13 years ago, the activities she was able to participate and enjoy have slowly declined and actually disappeared. She no longer can take walks with me because of her mobility deficits. My wife has always been an avid nature lover and bird watcher. One thing that continues to enhance her quality of life is sitting in our courtyard, looking out onto the woods and watching and listening to the birds. My fear is that building a number of homes as proposed, including one directly across from my courtyard, will eliminate the woods and wildlife that serve as her primary source of engagement. I bought this lot for a $30,000 premium specifically to provide the highest quality of life for her. Another issue with Alzheimer's is that the people wander and get lost, and I intentionally chose a lot at the end of the cul-de-sac to minimize that risk. Just in his summary, not going to the other 2 issues. You have heard a summary of a request today. For me, I hope the town will consider allowing Preserves on Health to extend its entrance to Holt Road, where the driveway already exists, to minimize traffic on Elk River Drive. I also hope it will require a 30 to 40-foot buffer from the lot edge to preserve trees. It's my responsibility to protect my wife, and I ask the town to join me in providing her the protection she needs and deserves. I never said hello to all of you, but I will say thank you for listening, and I know Don will as well.
Thank you, and all the best to Don and his family. Thank you. All right, close this out. Phil. That's you. Okay. All right. So did you get some information?
So yes, I do have some information, and though he did not sign up, would it be okay to allow the owner to answer this question directly?
Yes, absolutely. Make sure you just give your name and address, please, for the record.
Sure. Mayor and the Town Council, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Shanmugaraj Baksha. I live in 2025 Kirkhaven Road, Morrisville, NC 27560. I am 47 years old, 46. The only reason why I don't want to join the HOA, otherwise I can't live there. That's the only reason why I can't. But I'll try to accommodate as much as I can, but I bought the property to live there. I've been making it clear, so that's the only reason why I don't want to join the HOA. I'll be like in 8 years probably, I'll be in the same age group, I'll be happy to be there, but that's the only reason why I cannot join the HOA. But other than that, I'm willing to accommodate anything that comes to my way. And also it's a completely new constraint on me, so it's kind of like, at the last minute, it makes it really impossible. But the only reason why I'm saying no now is because I want to live there and I can't join the HOA. I just want to make sure.
Any follow-up questions, Councilman? Does that address your?
You answered the question.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions that you all have? Because I do have a couple of things I'd like to sum up, a few points that were brought up. I think there's still a misunderstanding that this is either Elk River Drive or Holt Road. It's not. If we were to connect to Holt Road, it would have to be a pass-through. It is not an either or. The road, that discussion came up during planning, and I think it's pretty heavily was noted in the notes. The problem is that Elk River Drive is not a cul-de-sac. It was a pass-through road with a temporary turnaround. So that turnaround that's currently there does not actually meet the requirements for a cul-de-sac, which affects the turning radius for emergency vehicles, etc. The cul-de-sac that we would end up having to put in actually is larger and requires certain turning radiuses in order to allow emergency services, fire trucks, etc. to get in there. So that needs to be understood, is that there truly is no cul-de-sac at the end of Elk River Drive. I do think it's possible we might be able to, and I do want to say something real quick. I'm so sorry to hear about your friend. My own parents passed away, or my mother-in-law, my father-in-law both passed away from Alzheimer's. So I understand your concern. I do believe there's a possibility I could actually move the upper buffer down just a little bit more and get at least 25 feet. We would try to get 30 feet in order to give them some additional room, in order to help give some additional space there. But as far as the HOA has, as you can tell, I have an owner that wants to live there and he can't meet the 55 requirement, which is problematic. As far as the actual stormwater, I think there's a misunderstanding on that. Stormwater is based on 12% of the overall property that's being developed. It's not 12% of the lots. It's 12% of the lot. And right now, this is still one lot. Additionally, that water does not go directly into the stream. It has to go, there's very specific rules here regarding the stormwater being released into a vegetated swale before it gets to the riparian buffer, correct? So, those are things that we have to meet as far as part of the construction. If we are not approved, what would end up happening here would be a development of one lot, no sewer, extension. The town would also have to work out again the greenway situation, the right-of-way situation, etc. We are trying to give you something to help bring those things together that you do need in the future. And again, we're trying to give you what was asked for from the planning standpoint, while at the same time trying to actually maintain the environment in the area and provide that corridor of canopy that goes through there. When we're talking about wildlife and things like that, you don't want 50% canopy that's a spot of it here and a spot of here and a spot here. You want that corridor. That's what allows the animals to travel back and forth. And we have chosen to maintain that. So we appreciate all of your help, and we have had multiple back and forth discussions with planning staff on this. We hope you will vote in our favor. We really do want to be good neighbors and try and do the best we can. That's why we limited it to 4 lots to begin with. So we think anything more than that is actually not going to be beneficial to the project. I will say we did, in fact, show some original elevations during the neighborhood meeting. They were just conceptual at the time. They were 2-story houses, but they were nice houses, very typical of a neighborhood of that type. So, if there are any other questions that we can help address or alleviate concerns, I'm happy to do that.
I have one more question, actually. It's for you or maybe some of the neighbors over here. Does anyone know, or maybe for staff, is there a sign at the end of that street that says site of a future road extension?
No, there is not.
Why is there?
Put in our prospectus as not, as being a cul-de-sac.
But there's 3 red diamonds there that indicate end of road.
Are there 3 red diamonds?
Yes. 3 red diamonds.
So those 3 red diamonds are supposed to indicate a future road connection.
It has no sign. The sign on Mill Road has that sign.
It is supposed to have it, and I apologize.
Okay, you asked a question, so we got it answered. If we can move back to any more questions for the applicant.
I guess I want to follow up with staff as to why there's not one there. I've seen them all the time, usually let people know, but yeah, I don't have any other questions.
And we're not, I'm sorry for the sake of time in the process, we're not allowing any more speakers right now, so I want to get back to his question with staff, so can we have?
There are supposed to be.
That's something that's inspected by the infrastructure inspectors, and my guess is the sign was there at some point, but, it's.
It was probably installed before any of the houses were ever built and may have come down. If it wasn't, then it was missed, and we apologize for that, but that's not something that planning inspects.
I understand. Just curious, thank you.
Okay, any more questions for?
And I do have a question for staff, and maybe for the applicant as well. But, the current layout, I guess, the proposed design is a large cul-de-sac that's there. Can you speak a little bit about how that is consistent or inconsistent with our usual desire to try to make sure that we've got connectivity to some of the major thoroughfares? I mean, in this case, we're kind of terminating when Holt Road is right there. Can you speak as to that?
Yes, sir. The reason that staff recommended having a cul-de-sac there instead of a connection to Holt Road is, sorry, I can't talk through these things.
Understand.
Is that there's already multiple streets in very close proximity in that area. And as we mentioned earlier, the ordinance requires the connection to Elk River Drive. And it actually states that there needs to be at least 500 feet of separation between 2 road connections on a road like Holt Road. And the most distance that you can get is about 350 feet between here. So in order to allow roads to, as Russell said earlier, which was a new piece of information for me, accelerate and decelerate with enough time, we decided that in our analysis, it made more sense to have it connect to the. Yes, sir. Please do. Always.
They can propose a right-in, right-out if they want to propose a right-in, right-out. So the question here is not whether the street gets extended in the neighborhood or not. It is required per the UDO. It was intended to be a street extension. We always knew it was going to be a street extension. The question is whether or not we want to connect to Holt Road or not with this plan. Originally, the thought was to connect to Howell Road because staff we're not presented with a plan for this. So if you don't know about all the streams and topography and everything else, you would think, well, maybe you'd have a street network that would connect to Howell Road. You get a lot more lots in here. That obviously is not what can happen now based on the environmental conditions. So they could propose a right-in, right-out. What we have gotten back from NCDOT is NCDOT would prefer not to have a right-in, right-out because, for the additional 4 lots, it doesn't provide a lot of benefit. It's a very small addition of traffic. They would prefer them use the existing residential streets to the neighborhood connection that's already located on Holt Road that was built to handle the additional traffic. If they wanted to propose a right-in, right-out, however, we would review that. We'd have to make sure it meets site distance requirements, which we don't know if it does at this time. But we agree with NCDOT's recommendation that we would prefer a short extension of the cul-de-sac based on 4 additional lots. So, yeah.
Okay.
So does that clarify?
That certainly does, and actually led to my next question. Medium density residential, how many units could they put on there?
If they wanted to max out.
Yep.
Right now it's 4.9, so they could get up to 7 units per acre if they wanted to do townhomes.
Mm-hmm.
So assuming they could actually make it fit, we would be looking at 34, 35 units.
No,
No,
but the creek will mess it up, right?
The developable portion is 1.78 acres. That's not how we calculate density. We calculate density using the overall size of the parent property. So the overall parent property is 4.9 acres. That times 7 is 34 units, if I'm doing my math right.
In
So
fairness,
and those could be I apologize.
you would never be able to get
You wouldn't be
that
able to
on
fit
this.
it on
Right.
there
Yeah.
in the
Understood,
1.7,
understood.
but you could conceivably, if they were able to. Well, technically you might be able to if you're stacking them,
Stacked. That would
but,
be the only way.
yeah.
Because
That
you'd
would be
also
the
have to adjust
maximum that
for-
would be allowed, even if it wouldn't fit.
Yeah, because you'd also have to adjust for, SCA and
You'd have to
all
put
those
the
other things.
SCM in there, you'd have to do all the other stuff.
Yeah, all that.
And at that point, you're looking at major impacts to the wetlands and riparian buffers. And I meant to pull this up earlier when Mr. Cock was speaking, but this, the green is the buildable area on the site. The turquoisey color is are the wetlands, and the pale blue are the riparian buffers based off of some preliminary information that we've received.
What's the minimum units to have the sidewalk be required on Holt Road?
5.
Okay.
I knew that was asking.
So it seems convenient, obviously, that it's 4 and not 5 to me.
4 was what they could fit.
But 5 would fit,
If
but
five-
it would trigger a lot more stuff, right?
It would also make it more difficult for them to.
12%.
their impervious
Yeah.
surface. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
could they, in theory, if they join the HOA, use an SCM that's located on the court at Holt?
No,
State of Cassidy? No?
mostly because those have already been built, and those have already, had the correct capacity assigned to them and everything. But also because they don't have enough RCA to meet this standard if they were to join the HOA. Courtyards on Holt only has 22% RCA, and almost all of that is made up of buffers and dried up, pond that was removed. If you look at the RCA, or if you look at the aerials, you can see that this was part of a former pond that's been drained and dried up. And most of the other RCA on this site are these perimeter buffers, which are 10 to 20 feet wide.
Other questions? All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and officially close the public hearing for comments, and it's back to council for discussion.
You want to go first?
Sure. Two issues. The applicant has proposed a fundamentally incompatible use with the neighbors. Section 2 of our application, you know, there's this definition, this concept of compatibility, and it's a very much a subjective concept. And I think each of us, I mean, if you haven't thought all that before as to what that means to you, what is compatibility in the context of a rezoning, I'd encourage you to come to a decision soon, because it seems to me that if compatibility ever means anything, a situation like this, where you have a neighborhood which is not 55 plus, not the same HOA, not the same construction, it's essentially in the middle, tacking onto another one. Like, I think that's what incompatibility means. If it doesn't mean that, tell me what it is. I'd like to hear it. So that's my first thought. Second thought has to do with the sidewalk. I think there's a broader issue here of hearing about the history. I wasn't on the council at the time when this was approved, but there's this theme coming up tonight and other nights about, you know, what do you do when you have a project that is missing a little property? What are the consequences of that for the town? And I think we're seeing pretty clearly, you know, the consequences could be the town loses out on infrastructure. You know, if we allow a parcel, or if we approve a rezoning without an obvious addition of parcel, which has no opportunity to develop otherwise, and that parcel then develops independently and isn't subject to the same regulations, that seems bad. So we shouldn't allow that to the extent that we can. And to the extent that that's already occurred, I guess the question becomes, you know, who's culpable for that, and how does the town recover, if we can, that infrastructure? Are we just on the hook for building the sidewalk, or do we hold the new property owners somehow, you know, responsible for that and trying to provide it as may be implied, or is it something that we should have held the initial rezoning for, and the fact that we didn't do it then means that we missed it and it's now our fault? So I think that's a decision, again, that we should decide on and then consistently hold in the future, and be more cognizant of the consequence here of when we approve rezonings that have donut holes or other missing obvious parcels. So, my comments.
Thanks, Councilman.
The things that jump out at me are, you know, we've had conversations about stub streets on many occasions in this council. It's a tough thing for me to say that we've got a stub street and we're not gonna, you know, meet our goal of connectivity. I mean, to me, that's one of the first glaring things that I saw with this. And I understand the neighbor's concern, feeling that that's a cul-de-sac. It's not. It's a stub street. So the question is, do we continue to stub street, and how? I mean, to me, that's where we're at, because that's something that we've always moved forward on. And that's why I asked the question about, if this is medium density, how many houses can be put on here? Because the question that now becomes the competing interest is, we've got 4 residents here. The issue of compatibility aside, 4 residents as opposed to having a bunch of townhomes there, I think is a lot more amenable to the neighbors. Or at least I would suppose it would be much more amenable to the neighbors. Because if I've got the issue of a street flowing through, that's still a lot of traffic that's going through. And I understand the concerns, I do, with regard to, you know, cars driving in and out of the neighborhood. I think that, but I also understand that, you know, there's going to be cars driving in and out of the neighborhood. That's something that we've always got to account for. The best thing we can do is try to do it in a manner that's as safe as possible. But the parts that I still have a real struggle with is, we've got a stub street. Our natural inclination is to extend, you know, Elk River to Holt, absent some reason why we can't. And it sounds like NCDOT is saying we would prefer you not to, but maybe a right turn is available. We don't know. That's just a data point that I don't have right now. But the data point I do have is that we like to connect. We look at connectivity. We're not getting that in this. The other part of the connectivity is, we're gonna have this huge gaping sidewalk hole, and can't believe I'm actually siding with Gant on this one. This is I get it. This is one of those, one day it would happen, of course. But this is one of those things where I'm like, it's a big gap, And, knowing the history of how this developed, I think there were assurances, or at least it was reasonable for the council at the time to assume that when this came back up, there would be the opportunity. I think there was the assumption that this would be closer to medium density, with the maximum amount of that density being in there, which would have required the use of the, many of the other things that we require when you have multiple units, including sidewalks and other transportation infrastructure. So the idea of it being 4 houses, I think, is what the neighbors really should be fighting for, because I see the alternative of this being a much bigger thing that actually meets all the check boxes that we're always asking for. That's the dilemma I have.
I mean, I could see this going both ways. I mean, I look at, the additional information that we got of what's currently allowed without the rezoning. Possibly 1 house, possibly no buffers whatsoever. They could come in and cut down every bit of the trees through there up to the streams and put whatever they wanted in there. That's what they can currently do without us doing a single thing. They can also connect to your current stub street that's there. So without us doing anything, that could still be allowed. When there was a concern about them allowing accessory apartments, they've already said they're not gonna allow accessory apartments because that would contribute to impervious surface. So that's off the table. They are, we're talking possibility of 8 cars here versus a townhome community where we're looking at many more cars, up to possibly 50 cars plus. So I'm trying to weigh here, also knowing that it is a 55 plus community. And thinking about in terms of what does compatibility mean to me, like you were talking about. It's not easy.
I mean, it's a subjective term. You can define it to what you want it to be, but I think I think we have to say, like, what standard we're gonna put. Clearly, something like a gas station right here wouldn't be compatible. Like, that's obvious. But when it's residential, are you gonna say the standard is any residential is compatible? Or if there's HOA covenants involved in a certain type of property that's special to the community, does compatibility mean that should flow naturally in these small donut parcels that get attached to it? And in this case, it's a 55 plus is really what it comes down to.
I get that.
Oh, hold on 1 second. All right, were you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, good.
So I just spoke with the client a little further, who wanted to verify with Shelley that we could go ahead and do this. He's willing to do a payment in lieu of $40,000 to help fund that sidewalk, to help cover the gap. $150,000 is not functional for him, but at least that would go something toward helping build that in the future. Again, there's some grading work out there and some grading challenges, but I think honestly, in terms of the sidewalk, if you were going to try and close that gap now, there would need to be some engineering that would be done in order to move the sidewalk into probably a temporary position in relation to the road to reduce the cost of construction to the town until such time as the DOT decided to do the full roadway expansion that would need to be out there. At which time that temporary walk would probably go away and be put in a new position. But that would be at least one way to help kind of fund closing that gap up for right now, since that seems to be very critical with the town at this point. That gap is pretty extensive, so.
Thank you.
I'm Hal Jones from 1354 River Drive. I'd like to, on this positive note, I would like to offer a suggestion. If something you could do to be very cheap, very easy, let's put out coop houses. Coop houses.
Right.
You took your dog for a walk right now, you're gonna pocket bring back to your house.
All right, sir, thank you very much. All right. We, did you have anything you want to say?
Just that I'm not gonna vote for it. I've been wanting the sidewalk since they even lived in Apex, or moved to Apex, and I'm irritated to no end that this is what discussion we're having, so I'm a no. So I'll say that. And I'll make a motion to deny as well.
Second. All right, motion is second to deny.
I will say this, you know, we've had other, development communities that come in that are trying to develop a piece that's very close to an existing area. And what we look for is how much dialogue happens and how much compromise happens to make these things work well. And I feel like there's still a lot of room here to make adjustments in order to satisfy a community that has some real concerns. So, you know, I would say that as of right now, I'm not willing to support this. I think there's a way to go. There's a ways to go before this is ready to come back.
And I want to say what I would support would be a development which in my mind would be more compatible, ideally perfectly compatible with the surrounding development. Same, not just the covenants that they have. If you can't join their HOA for whatever reason, I know that's complicated, everyone has to agree to it. But not just the covenants as written, but also the homes as built, to get them, try to make them identical, try to make it look like you can't even tell that there was a street there, and then I don't know how they could say no to that, you know? So that's my view.
All right, so we got a motion and a second to deny. Both. All right. Ready for the vote?
So a yay vote would be for the denial. Okay, that's always weird. Okay.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Passed unanimously to deny. Thank you.
Closed session?
No, we still got 8.
Oh, whoops.
How long do you think this will take?
Let's knock it out.
Okay.
Yes, good.
We're good. We're good.
On there that's actually time sensitive.
We need to.
I feel bad we didn't move this one at the start.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
knowing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
This is gonna go back on.
If I could have your attention, please.
For listening to us.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here tonight. We still have business to conduct. If y'all can move outside for us, please. Thank you.
All right, good evening. I am Diane Ken, the planning director, and this is the UDO amendment item. There were 3 items requested by planning staff. The first is amendments to section 422 use table, 435 use classifications, commercial uses, and 436 use classification, industrial uses, in order to update and modernize our ordinance. We want to create the use warehousing fulfillment center, change the definitions of truck terminal and warehousing general, and change the use wholesaling general to wholesaling distribution center. And there were various strike-throughs and additions in your staff report. Amendment number 2 was to section 6.1 watershed protection overlay districts, is to change all references to environmental engineering manager to stormwater engineering manager, and that's to reflect the recent changes in the town's personnel structure. Last, we have amendments to section 6.111 riparian buffers and 6.113 modifications by variance in order to modify the single-family residential riparian buffer requirements and riparian buffer variance standards, and to provide updated reference to state law. These changes, we worked in conjunction with Water Resources Department and discussions with our Board of Adjustment. We had gone from maybe 3 to 4 variances per year up to, we were getting like 9 to 10 a year because of folks who wanted to replace decks that were in disrepair, and when they replaced the decks, they wanted to build bigger decks or enclosed decks, and they were having to go through a full variance process with the Board of Adjustment. These changes will allow our water resources staff to do a buffer authorization. And the form's called a request for no practical alternatives. And so instead of having our homeowners go through, and these are only for older neighborhoods where the buffers are on the lots. Of course, all of our newer ones since the UDO was adopted have no buffers on the lots. They won't have to go through Board of Adjustment and pay the money and potentially hire an attorney, go through that whole process. They can just go through Robert, and as long as it's in Zone 3, which is the zone that the town applies, the state doesn't apply, they can get a buffer variance by showing mitigation for those encroachments. So Robert is here if you have any questions about that, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the other items.
In Planning Committee, I remember this one, Planning Committee looked at it, right? And talked about it in depth. I'm sorry, guys. Diane, with the number 1, I was reading the definitions of warehouse and the fulfillment one, and the main thing was business to business versus business to customer. And I was trying to figure out, will the building or the activity actually be any different? And why if it's not, then why are we worried about differentiating these?
So we have had a lot of interest along the US 64 corridor for these types of businesses, and business to business means that it's an economic development activity. It supports a larger manufacturing activity that's going on somewhere. The warehousing fulfillment center is business to home, so it's the smaller Amazon trucks, the smaller UPS trucks that are coming into the neighborhoods rather than larger trucks going to another business that supports economic development activity. So our economic development director supports these changes. And then I also, Ashley Terrazas with Parker Poe and Tim Brent with Opiden were here till about 9 o'clock, and they emailed me and said, please mention that we were here to support this change, but we had to leave. So.
And besides the economic development, I presume that there'd be more frequent in and out with a business to customer type of facility, because just business to business, I figure they can fill up the whole truck. Sometimes
Yeah, so it's
customer might-
also about the parking lot. So if you've ever been to an Amazon fulfillment center, they have a literal sea of parking because of all the employees that park and all the smaller trucks that have to park, whereas business to business tends to be large tractor trailers and fewer, usually the guys are driving in the tractor trailer to come pick it up and then they leave. There's no cars there, not as many cars there.
Okay.
So it's actually the sea of parking and kind of the support for economic development is why there is a little bit of a different definition. And right now, we currently, Warehousing General has Warehousing General and Warehousing Fulfillment Center in it, whereas Wholesaling General has the Wholesaling Distribution Center, and it's very confusing for the light industrial folks to figure out. And a lot of times when businesses are coming, it takes us a couple weeks to figure out how to put them in each of these categories. It's a much easier with this new definition. We think it'll be more instantaneous. We can just say, yes, you're this, or you're this.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
Other questions? Hearing none, I'll open up a public hearing for this item. No one signed up to speak. It's closed. Back to council for discussion, lead to a possible motion.
I'll make a motion to.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed unanimously. All right, now, we just had Attorney Hoey said she's recommending that, given the time tonight for the presentation for the closed session item and the late hour, that we postpone this to January 24th. Continue this, okay?
So moved.
Any questions? All right.
Sounds great.
All right, very well, so.
Let's
motion
go, let's
second.
get some popcorn, man, let's go hang out.
Yeah, no, we need to.
Maybe some bars open like till 2 in Apex to drink.
Wait,
we
I'm
got a
sorry,
motion.
before you adjourn.
Motion
I
second.
just, do we need to move to move that? Do we have to have a motion to move that?
We don't have that motion.
Okay. And of course, I'm trying to figure out how close we can get to 11, so.
Yeah, and that's by far from, no, I mean, you mean midnight.
I think we did pretty good, given.
No,
yeah.
I'm trying to outpace everybody else's
Right.
right
The
now.
council's, I mean, the record's like 1 AM or something, right?
Oh, I think there were
2 o'clock is the
2:00.
record?
I went to one.
As a point of parliamentary inquiry, we can just move to adjourn and go home.
All right. Well, thanks to all who
Right.
hung out. Thank you. Motion.